Good morning, everybody. It's with great pleasure that I'd like to introduce our new student regent, Mr. Garrett H. Huey, who was appointed by Governor Greg Abbott effective July 2nd, 2015. Mr. Huey, if you'll come to the podium, I will do a brief I'm going to now administer the oath. Mr. Huey, place your left hand on the Bible and repeat after me. I, Garrett H. Huey, do solemnly swear
I, Garrett H. Huey, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Regents,
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of the Regents,
University of Houston System of the State of Texas,
University of Houston System, State of Texas,
and will do the best of my ability
and will do the best of my ability
to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
to protect, to preserve, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States and the state.
and the laws of the United States and the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any words before we get started? Any remarks before we get started?
I'm looking forward to working with you all.
All right. Okay, I love that. Man, a few words. With that, let's go ahead and get started with the Endowment Management Committee. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the University of Houston System Endowment Management Committee meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Please note that I will be taking, as discretion of the chair of the committee, we'll take a few things out of order this morning. As you'll see on the agenda, we initially had endowment executive session scheduled for our first item, but we will go to the other items on the agenda and come back to that at the end of our meeting. With that, we have 5 items on the agenda today, only one of which requires committee and board approval. 2 will require committee approval only, and the remaining 2 are for information only. After our action items have been presented, I'll ask the committee, of course, if there are questions and call for a vote. If circumstances are warranted, then I will seek a motion to place the appropriate items on the board's consent docket agenda for final approval later this afternoon. I guess we have 4 representatives, not 5, from Cambridge with us today.
We do.
We have an extra chair today. After each discussions from Cambridge and then the committee, I will then call for a vote. Please note that any recommendations from Cambridge Associates require committee approval only, per our bylaws. Okay. The first 3 items on the agenda will be presented by Cambridge. Item B, the report from Cambridge regarding the UH system endowment and non-endowed portfolios. Item C, approval to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the hiring of a private investment manager. And then D, the approval to make a full redemption from one of our hedge fund managers, UH System. Mr. Jim McShann, Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, will you please introduce these items?
Thank you, Regent Hollingsworth. As we said, the first 3 items will be presented by Cambridge, and as for that, I'll turn it over to Hamilton to take over from here.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Great. So I've got with me today Aaron Schumacher, Phil Fisk, and Mark Dalton. My understanding is that we've got about 30 minutes, so we'll be very brief. I think Aaron's going to start off with a very brief market overview. I'm going to touch on performance, and then we have 2 recommendations, one each on the private equity side and one on the hedge fund side. So with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron.
Thanks, Cam. So just kind of wanted to provide a quick update on what's been happening in the markets and, try to relate that to U of H portfolio. And as Ham mentioned, he'll talk a bit more specifically about performance and manager attribution. Overall, we continue to face an environment where it's hard to find cheap assets. And it feels as though the macro headlines are continuing to kind of dominate how securities are trading. So whether it's when or if the Fed will raise rates, and even as of yesterday with the Fed minutes coming out, I think there's still some uncertainty if the liftoff point is going to be September and then what the trajectory of that will be from there. Obviously, the situation with respect to Greece and the Eurozone was in the headlines quite a bit in the second quarter. I would say since then that situation sort of seems to be solved for now. It may not go away just yet. And then lastly, and more recently, we've seen a lot of talk about the slowdown in China, with the Chinese government devaluing their currency and what that means for global demand in general and how that impacts economies around the world. So I think just in terms of kind of the backdrop, those are the items that we've been thinking about and kind of talking about from a macro perspective. So then just turning to page 9 and kind of thinking about a little bit more specifically about the U of H portfolio. If you look at the top chart, this shows how equity markets have performed year to date. For the second quarter and year to date. And you can see we have seen relative strength outside of the U.S. The tailwinds of quantitative easing in the European markets and Japan seem to be making an impact, at least with respect to the markets there. I would say, we saw a very strong start to the year outside of the U.S., and that tended to, as you can see in the blue bars, come back a little bit in the Eurozone in the second quarter. But going forward, if you turn to the bottom chart, you can see from an earnings growth perspective, we're continuing to see relative strength outside of the U.S. with respect to earnings trajectories. And then on a valuation perspective, we continue to find more attractive opportunities outside of the U.S. And within the U of H portfolio, you've benefited from that overweight, particularly to developed economies, non-U.S. developed economies. And then the other page I wanted to turn to is just page 18, which looks at the fixed income markets. I think given that we've had a lot of macro headlines dominating the markets and still uncertainty about the Fed's decision to raise rates, we've seen volatility in these markets. And if you recall at the last meeting, we went and restructured the fixed income portfolio to be more of a pure deflation hedge and higher quality bonds. And we continue to feel like, given, again, the uncertainty with respect to the Fed and divergent monetary policy across the globe, that positioning is where we want to be going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know we are a bit short on time. So those were kind of the two slides I wanted to highlight with respect to the markets.
So as it relates to our current asset allocation, given sort of these market trends, you think we're well positioned?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Given our current asset allocation, you think we're properly positioned as it relates to some of these international and national indicators that you've talked about?
Yes, and I think as you're all aware, we spent quite a bit of the last meeting talking about positioning the portfolio and what we expected. I think over the last few years, we've been positioned with an underweight to U.S. equities and an overweight to international equities, just given the fact that most of the U.S. equity market growth over the last several years has been driven by share buybacks and by multiple expansion rather than earnings growth, and the potential for greater earnings growth and more attractive valuations elsewhere. Up until calendar year 2015, that has not been rewarded, but over the course of the last 6 months, we've really started to see that turn, and some of the tilts that we've had in place in the U of H portfolio are really starting to pay off. On the fixed income side as well, our general concern is that unless you're using this as a pure deflation hedge in the portfolio, you're really not getting paid to hold a lot of different types of debt. You're not getting paid to hold a lot of credit given the reduced liquidity in the credit markets. So what we did there was to shrink the allocation, but to make it substantially purer in terms of, long duration treasuries that serve as a direct hedge against inflation hedging. The other element being intended to address the risk of rising rates. So the other element is an unconstrained global bond fund that has a duration of less than 1 compared to the duration of, I think it's around 17 in the long treasury. So the balance of those two address the two major concerns we have in the fixed income market.
So our hedging strategy, just so I'm clear, we're seeking a higher return hedging strategy, but we're also balanced in using the hedge to protect our downside as well.
That's a great way to put it. So we part of what we did and what we have done over the last few years is increase what we would call the engine of growth in the portfolio at the expense of reducing the defensive assets in terms of fixed income. But simultaneously, as we made the fixed income smaller, we made it a more direct hedge to equity markets. So the portfolio is more directly to position itself for growth, but in the event of an equity drawback, you're going to see a higher reaction from the fixed income portfolio, a higher positive reaction.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from any other members of the committee or any other members of the board? Okay, if not, please continue.
So jumping to page 20, I think that's actually a great segue into total portfolio performance. And what page 20 shows, just to orient you on the page, because I know there are thousands of bar charts in this book, this shows total portfolio performance in red for various time periods, starting on the left at the most recent quarter and moving out to year-to-date, trailing 3 and 5 years and since inception. And just as a reminder, the two gray bars represent the two benchmarks of the portfolio. And just in the interest of time, the basic takeaway is that the dark gray bar represents the policy benchmark, which captures any deviation from asset allocation targets. So this reflects a lot of the tilts, whether or not we've been paid for these tilts. The light gray bar represents, essentially isolates active manager value added. So the good news is that for the second quarter, year to date, trailing 3 years and 5 years, we're beating both of those benchmarks. As Aaron mentioned, it's been sort of a mixed market over the course of the second quarter with equity markets essentially flat, fixed income and real asset markets down. And indeed, both of the benchmarks were in negative territory for the second quarter. The fact that U of H generated a positive return of 20 basis points is an indication that the managers across the portfolio added quite a bit of value in aggregate, and I'll talk a little bit about those individually in a moment. Year to date, the portfolio is up 2.5%, beating the benchmarks by about 50 and 80 basis points respectively. And for both the 3 and 5 year trailing period, the portfolio is up about a little over 8% and beating the benchmarks, the manager benchmark in particular, by about 100 basis points per year over that time. So we're very pleased with the relative performance of this portfolio in absolute terms, particularly over 3 and 5 years.
Hamilton, how's the S&P done over that period of time? Do we have that information?
So if you look on page 22.
I'm sorry, I wasn't meaning to jump ahead in your presentation.
That's all right. I'm sorry, 21. I'm sorry, page 21. If you look on page 21, the first under U.S. equity, so what you see here is the quarter-to-date performance by asset class, and on the bottom, year-to-date. So you see under U.S. equity that shaded blue box represents the returns of the U.S. equity markets. Right. So, you know, compared to developed international equities and developing markets, both of those ex-U.S. equity markets have done substantially better, both for the quarter to date and for the year. In fact, one of the things I wanted to highlight here is that your U.S. equity managers, while U.S. equity markets were flat, your U.S. equity markets beat the international equity markets and added quite a bit of value. That's one of the areas where the one area where active management has been struggling in the portfolio, and we've really seen a nice corner turned with the U.S. equity managers beating the benchmark by about 130 basis points for the quarter, and by about 200 basis points for the year to date. In fact, manager performance for the last 6 months has been extremely strong. Out of, I think, 8 or 9 asset class composites represented here, all but one, the managers in aggregate are adding quite a bit of value. The one exception being emerging markets, where both of the emerging markets managers, Oldfield and Somerset, have a substantial underweight to China, given concerns that they both have over Chinese equity markets. And we saw an actual surge in Chinese markets over the course of the last quarter, which sort of left them behind. But we believe that their theses are very sound, and we expect great things from both of those managers. So all in all, very strong manager performance. Those that were participating in up markets beat their markets. Those that were participating in down markets preserved capital, and that's really what we're hoping to see from these guys. Page 22 gives a quick snapshot of asset allocation as of June 30. And as you'll recall, we made some adjustments to this, as I mentioned, in particular reducing fixed income at the previous meeting. Those are shown in the second column from the right, NT target, that's the near-term target. As of June 30, we were implementing several of those changes. There was a long litany of manager changes and asset allocation changes. So this captures one day, June 30th, and you can see that at the bottom of this chart, cash represents about 7% of the portfolio. That's not a permanent allocation. That was very temporary as money was changing hands. And over the course, if you look on page, well, not now, but if you're interested, on page 76, we have an update of the items that have been implemented and are currently being implemented. So as of today, we are much, much closer to these near-term targets. I want to talk a bit on page 23. This is, I'm sure, a familiar chart to all of you. This is the comparative peer asset allocation chart. And what this shows is a peer group of institutions of similar size, but who have a light degree of reliance on their endowment, very similar to the University of Houston. And on the right, you see three columns that show the performance for each of these individual institutions relative to the University of Houston's. And I think, as everyone here is aware, the University of Houston has lagged this peer group substantially over the course of the last 3 and 5 years. But I want to talk a little bit more about this today because I think it speaks directly to what we've been trying to achieve over the last 5 years since we put the new long-term targets in place in an attempt to build a large private investment program. So as I mentioned, these peers are those who have a fairly light degree of reliance on their endowment for their budget. These are 20% of their annual budget or less is supported by payout. And what that means is that these institutions can take a substantially higher degree of either volatility risk or illiquidity risk in order to generate higher return without putting their budget in jeopardy. As a result, you'll note that this group has a substantially higher allocation to private investments than the broad institutional mean, about 70% higher, and even higher than the college and university mean. In fact, every single institution of the 23 on here has an allocation to privates. I don't know of any other peer group for whom that's true. And as a matter of fact, all of these, all 23 except for 2, have a higher allocation to privates than the University of Houston. These institutions began building their private investment programs several years ago, and many of these are 20-year-old programs. I think this is an extremely important point because all the analysis that we have performed on what drives returns indicate that there's a direct and consistent correlation between the level of allocation to private investments and the relative positioning in terms of performance of an institution. The higher the allocation, the higher the relative ranking. So I want to make sure I make a couple of points here. The first is that this is precisely why we're on the path that we're on right now. We embarked on this path 5 years ago. We're about 35% of the way there, currently at about 8.6, actually currently at about 9%, on our way to 25%. We believe that this is going to be the true driver of performance, both in relative and absolute terms for the University of Houston over the long term. The second point is that it takes time, and it is going to continue to take time, as Phil can speak to. But Phil has a recommendation today for a Life Sciences Fund that is going to help us move down that path. The third point is that the 3- and 5-year performance, relative performance, is not going to change overnight. But having said that, you should expect to see a trend of improvement in relative performance positioning over shorter periods of time that gradually feed into 3- and 5-year periods. And on that note, I have some good news to share with you. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to.
Of course, yeah. Hold on, hang down. Go ahead.
Display what I sent you, Brenda and Jerry, I sent you by email. Can you display that? I'm looking at this performance for 2 years myself, and still 5-year performance is way below the peer institutions. And our performance is 115% below the peer institutions for 1 year, and 40% below for 3 years, and more than 25% below for 5 years. This trend, in my opinion, has not improved a whole lot. And these 5 or 6 institutions, if we can display. Jerry, can we display that? I just sent an email to you with attachment.
Well, I can actually, I've got for the 5-year, you're in the 94th percentile of this peer group. And that was the 5-year period where you had 0% in private investments. For the 3-year, and this is as of June 30, so these are numbers that are not in the book. These are always on a quarter lag. So what I did is last night I asked our analyst to look at the June 30 numbers, which have just come in, because June 30 is typically a fiscal year end. It takes a lot longer for the numbers to come in. For June 30, you are in the 94th percentile of this peer group over 5 years. And again, that's the 5-year period where you were starting from scratch. Over the 3-year period, you're in the 92nd percentile, not much better. But as of June 30th, the difference between March 31 and June 30th, for the 1-year percentile, 1-year period, you're in the 68th percentile. And for the second quarter period, you're in the 44th percentile, so in the top half of this group. Now, the 3- and 5-year numbers will not change, but gradually. But what you're seeing is, over the shorter term, a trend that has taken you from the 95th percentile to the 44th. The 44th is not where we want to end up. But with less than half of the allocation to private investments, which will continue to take a number of years to build out, the trend is extremely positive.
Any other comments? Were you finished?
Yeah, we are trying to display one page, page 23, where I made some notes. I took the average of the 5 top performers, and for 1 year, the return is 7.8%, ours is 3.6%. And for 3 years, their performance is 10.4%, our performance is 7.4%. And for 5 years, their performance is 9.4%, top 5. And ours is 7.5. So what I see is consistently, our performance is lagging behind the peer group. And what can we do? How can we, it's not 5 years, it's 7 years now. 5 plus 2. I've been watching this for 2 years. Same trend. I don't see the trend improve.
So
let me just jump in. Here's the chart. I mean, I think what we've spent some time talking about, Regent Argawal, is the significant underweight, or more frankly, zero allocation in the private markets was not very positive for our fund. And as we continue to build it out, I think what we're seeing in the numbers is that the performance is improving, but that's not going to change the significant underperformance.
I'm not
3,
sure if
5.
it's improving. I don't think it may be improving much. I think trend is same as it was 2 years ago. That's what I see for last 7 years.
But 2 years ago, you were then looking at a period 2 years before we started building out privates, and it was much the same story. There was a zero weight. The performance of the portfolio outside of privates is very strong. 91% of your asset allocation composites are soundly beating their benchmarks. It's really this allocation of privates that is and is going to continue to be the driving factor in relative underperformance. I would not expect us to be able to come anytime in the near future and say that the 5-year performance is dramatically improved. It takes a great deal of time, and the 5-year number is a long period, obviously. But the trend in the short term is improving, and as we roll into a period where the 5-year period captures the efforts of building this program, I believe.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
So I know we've talked about this before, but just to refresh everyone's memory, what is our time horizon for being fully invested in private equity?
So I would say 5 years is even from this point. I mean, we're 35. We've been in it for 5 years, and we're.
So that being said, our 5-year benchmark is going to continue to lag for 5, 6 years.
That's right.
So,
And I would add, I think it's prudent to build it up over 5 years. I think you don't want a lot of vintage year concentration. You want to be well diversified across different asset classes and well diversified across years. So.
no, and you all have made that clear. I think it's worth restating. This is like turning an aircraft carrier, so to speak.
Yeah. That's a good analogy.
Takes time.
Well, and I mean, it's all about quality. So we're not,
Yeah.
nobody around this table is rushing you through that process. We know quality and skill is what generates alpha. So we want to be in the absolute best private equity managers so that we can sort of turn the ship around, as Regent Armour indicated.
Mr. Chairman, I might add that in addition to getting the allocations done, the returns in the first few years of implementation,
Yeah.
those front end returns are expected to be lower. On a quarterly basis, you're not going to get the returns until the funds are nearing maturity and beginning to return investment. So I, for one, I'm very comfortable with the path we're on. I think Cambridge has got the right strategy to fill out that part of the portfolio, and I fully understand that we're going to lag in these performance areas compared to our peers, for the foreseeable future. That's not going to change, and I certainly recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I think it would be I agree, and I hear what you say about it's hard to turn the 5- and 3-year average. That's going to take a while to. But if you can come up with a methodology to test, the 3-month, the 6-month, the 1 month against our peer groups, and maybe the top 10, say, versus the 20 that we're in, and so we can see. Because I think what Regent Agarwal is looking for is just some measure that shows that we are incrementally improving, not just treading water. So if there's a way for you to come up with a chart that kind of measures that, all knowing that the long term is going to always lag.
Yeah.
But in the real term, how are we doing every quarter against, say the top 10 or something? I think that would be helpful for the Regents to just make sure we're so that if we do have a setback, we know it, we know to remedy it quickly, or et cetera. So if there's a way to come up with that kind of.
Well, Hamilton, you gave us those numbers, so
Yeah.
just bring them in a chart next time. You told us where we were all the way up to the last quarter. I think you said 44th.
We can.
Performance. So just
right.
bring that in a chart next time, so the committee and the board can see.
We can certainly do that.
Yeah, compared to peer group like Regent Welcome Junior said, I think, and I understand what Regent Welder is saying. I do understand that, but if you can compare with the top 25% or top 50% of our peer group. That will be a good comparison.
Well, in the top 50% in the top quartile, that composition changes, especially over one quarter. It's not going to be the same group.
Right.
So there's always going to be.
But just, I think if you just, come up with a way to take the top 25% of the peer group, whoever they are at the time, and compare our performance to those in that quarter, in that 6 months, in that year, I think that will give us the trend.
Okay.
If you see the highlighted 5 or 6, they are the top performers every year for last 5 years. And if you can compare against them, how are we doing against them?
Well, but if you look at a previous 5-year period, it's not those 5. So
I'm not comparing that.
okay.
I
I just wanna
Whoever
make
the
sure it's
top
clear.
are,
Yeah,
compare.
whoever
Is that
the
your
top
point?
are.
Okay, good. All right. If there's no other comments on this point, we'll move on in the interest of time, so we make sure we get through our agenda today and finish on time. What's our next item? Are we going into private equity?
Recommendation from Phil.
Okay, Phil, fantastic. Please proceed.
So I have a recommendation for SV Life Sciences. Kind of as a preamble, just to keep the committee updated, your inception to date return on your private program is 15.7%. So you are doing well despite the fact that you're below your target in terms of allocation. In year to date, in terms of commitments, you've made $31.5 million of commitments up to this meeting. I've got a recommendation for an additional $7.5 million commitment today, and there's probably 2 additional commitments that we will make before the end of the year. So the recommendation today is, listen for the page number, page 77. It's for a $7.5 million commitment to SV Life Sciences Fund 6. SV Life Sciences is seeking $400 million to invest in a diversified portfolio in the healthcare life sciences field. They expect 40% of the capital to be invested in biotech and therapeutics, 20% to be invested in medical devices, 40% to be invested in healthcare services and healthcare information technology. This fund is also diversified geographically, so they have a presence not only in the United States, but also in London. So you'll see a mix of U.S. and European investments in this fund. I would say the most distinctive part of SV Life Sciences is the operating experience of the managing directors. So all of the managing directors have extensive experience in industry. They also have 12 venture partners, all of whom have run companies. Typically, they've run companies in previous SV Life Sciences portfolios. So it's a very experienced team from an operations standpoint. All these people have run companies before, and I think that helps them a lot, not only in terms of adding value to their portfolio companies, but also in terms of winning transactions, distinguishing themselves from other groups who may have great scientific backgrounds, but those groups have not, in general, had the kind of operating experience that the SV Life Sciences team does.
Phil, one quick question about that. So when you say venture partners, you're referring to operating individuals with experience in this space who they can reach out to and take advantage of their expertise in making these decisions?
Yes, yeah, and so there's 12 of them that are on staff. Most of these 12 have run previous companies in the portfolio. So this guy, David Geyer, who ran a company, that company exited. David sits on the venture partner group. David actually is off now running one of their portfolio companies again.
So these are not necessarily full-time people within the fund. They may be individuals that the fund has access to evaluate an opportunity or maybe bring in to run a company for a short period of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's a real distinguishing factor here. Performance over the years has been solid. I apologize. The performance table on page 81 is only through September 30. And I have actual numbers through March 31 of this year. Fund 5, which we're showing as generating a net return of 14.4%. As of March 31, that fund is returning 22.0%. And Fund before, which we're showing at 13.6%, is actually at 14.9% as of the end of March. The previous funds the returns are very similar. Those are much more mature funds. But performance has been pretty solid. So in summary, we're recommending a $7.5 million commitment. I think this is an excellent addition to your portfolio. It gives us some venture exposure, which we're a little bit light on. And it's a group that we think very highly of. Happy to entertain questions that the group may have.
Questions from the committee or members of the board? I have a couple, Phil. First, I understand this is a diversified fund with respect to market sector. It looks like they're across different portions of the life sciences area. Does it raise any, it seems like they're also diversified in the fact that they do from, which is interesting to me, from very, very early stage all the way through growth. Is that, it seems to me a bit of an anomaly because you need so much different expertise across so many sectors. Are there very, very many funds out there like this? And does that broad array of across that sector concern you at all?
I think it is a good core fit for your portfolio. I like the diversification, particularly as it applies to your portfolio. So you don't have a lot of healthcare venture in your portfolio. So I could bring you a firm like Third Rock. Third Rock is a fabulous biotech firm. They've done exceptionally well, but biotech's been a very hot sector. If you look at the 5-year returns from biotech in public markets, it's running in the high 20s. And so you're susceptible, if you go into Third Rock, really concentrating in a sector. So if you're not going to have a lot of venture exposure in healthcare and life sciences, I think this is a great fit. It gives you broad-based exposure, and it's a very senior team. So members of this team have run startups. Gene Hill, who runs the firm right now, was a senior executive at United Healthcare for many years, so he's run billion-dollar divisions of companies. So it's a pretty broad experience base here across different stages, and they have dedicated teams in each of the 3 industry sectors. So, for example, Gene just focuses on healthcare services because that's his background. Michael Ross, who's another senior guy, is a biotech executive, so he focuses on biotech. So I think it gives you good core exposure across the different sectors. And again, for an institution like the University of Houston, I think that's very appropriate. You don't have a broadly diversified portfolio where a Third Rock would make a much better fit.
One follow-on to that, how do they manage in one fund the different risk-reward aspects of a pure venture early stage versus a growth investment all under one fund umbrella?
Yeah. Well, again, they have these 3 sector teams, and I think a lot of the management of the individual portfolio companies comes within those teams, although they frequently are calling on these venture partners in terms of bringing them in, not only for diligence advice and advice working out problems, but sometimes these people actually will go in and work in those companies.
I was also looking at the fundraising terms. They're a little interesting. I'm going to talk about the management fee structure a little bit. Is that sort of a combination of a venture type fund structure and a buyout type structure somewhere in the middle?
It's a little bit between the middle of it, what I'd see in early stage venture versus what I'd see in kind of a later stage growth equity. And I think it more reflects the portfolio that this group is running. I think their expense levels are reasonably high, but then again, I look at the 12-person venture partner team and I say, I think that's a real asset here.
So in your words, you sort of pay for what you get? Is that, okay. Anything else?
As we move forward building this private equity portfolio, I guess it's a combination. We're looking for we're looking for particular managers that have a successful track record, but we're also looking to diversify into different investments. Are there some targets there that you would like to share, or is it so dynamic that we take them as they come?
Well, as Regent Hollingsworth said earlier in the meeting, I think it's all about getting best-in-class managers. And to the extent I can get a best-in-class manager that we can get in the portfolio, I think I'm going to do it, and I'm going to focus more on that than necessarily what sector they're in. I'd rather have an A-plus manager in a sector where we've got a little more concentration than get a B-plus manager in a sector where we don't have any exposure.
No, I agree with that. Just want to make sure that that's being communicated to everyone on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, if there are no other comments or questions from members of the committee or members of the board, may I hear a motion to approve a $7.5 million commitment to SV Life Sciences Fund 6 as a private investment manager for the UH System Endowment Fund?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Armour. Is there a second? Thank you, Regent Argawal. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Please note that the approval of this item requires committee approval only, although we will report it to the full board later today. Okay, if not, then let's move to item D on the agenda. Cambridge?
So we have one hedge fund manager redemption recommendation on page 83. University of Houston has been invested in York, long-time multi-strategy manager based in New York. Initially invested in 2005. It has been a successful investment. At the time that University of Houston invested in York, they were $7 billion in assets, and now they're 26. And so, in an effort to one, I think from a strategic perspective, as we talked about last time, we do want to overweight the long-short equity strategies versus the multi-strategy and absolute return strategies, which York is, and also have a bias towards more nimble, smaller asset managers, just because they can invest in more inefficient parts of the market. And so simply we're recommending to a full redemption from York. This is for the end of the year. We're talking about it now because the redemption notice will come in before the next meeting. Any questions?
Any questions on the request to redeem our allocation to York? If not, may I hear a motion to approve the request to make a full redemption from York International Partners effective December 31st, 2015. Thank you, Regent Madison. Second? Second. Regent Welder. Any further discussion from members of the committee or members of the board? Not all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item for the committee's consideration is item E, the approval requested to liquidate an endowment from the UH System Endowment Fund. Mr. McShann.
Thank you, sir. We're requesting to liquidate an endowment that has a current value of about $7.7 thousand. The original donation was $5,000. As you may or may not be aware, the minimum amount from an endowment is $25,000. This one was started with the intention to build up to the 25, but we've had conversations with the donor. There's no expectation on his part to be able to do that. Has requested that we liquidate it and use the funds for scholarships within the College of Business. Any questions?
Any questions on the request to liquidate for Mr. McShann? Okay, if not, may I hear a motion to approve the request to liquidate the Williams Group Inspiring Excellence Scholarship Endowment as presented? Regent Argawal, second? Second. Second, Regent Welder. Any other further questions or discussions? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. This item is hereby approved by the committee. With that approval, this concludes the presentations of the action items today. I'd now like to receive a motion to place the following action item unanimously approved by the committee, but requiring full board approval on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at our meeting to be held later today. Approval is requested to liquidate an endowment from the UH System Fund Endowment System. Do I hear a motion to move that to the consent agenda? Thank you, Regent Madison. Second. Thank you, Regent Argywald. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. This item will be placed on the board's consent docket for the Board of Regents meeting later today, August 20th. The last item on the agenda is item F, the report on the UH System invested funds and bank deposits. UH System, Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Regent Hollingsworth. If you'll turn to page 9 in your board books, there is a summary of all of our investment funds and bank deposits. It's a very high-level summary. Cambridge Associates has provided in the materials and discussed with you today both the endowment fund and the non-endowed funds, which make up the overwhelming majority of those funds. We do have money invested in bond proceeds, which are invested in very secure AAA money market funds used to fund construction expenditures. Eventually, they get paid down to zero. That's our total report, $1.1 billion in total investments in bank deposits. Are there any questions?
Any questions, members of the committee, members of the board? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bartlett, this concludes our presentations for the committee today. We will now move into executive session. The committee will go in executive session pursuant to sections of the Texas Government Code that are listed on the agenda. Madam Chancellor, will you please designate necessary personnel to remain in closed session? If not, otherwise, others please excuse the room. Thank you.
I'd like Donna and Jim McShane and Raymond Bartlett to stay, please.
Good. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Meeting. I call to order the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. We have 7 items that will be presented before the committee today, 4 action items, and 3 information items. Our Chief Audit Executive, Mr. Don Guyton, will present these items, and if anyone has any questions during the presentation of these items, please let me know. Mr. Guyton, I know we have some special guests today. When did you want to take that up?
Well, you know, I've got my external assessment of the internal audit department ongoing right now, and I might as well do it right now.
Good, okay.
Take that a little out of order. We have 3 very qualified internal auditors from their respective institutions. I'd like to introduce them. We have Tammy Burchett from the Tennessee Board of Regents system. We have Betsy Bowers from West Florida. And we have Kevin Robinson from Auburn University. So they have been interviewing key personnel, management, and you, Regent Welder, and they've reviewed our work papers and given us a thorough review, and they're just wrapping it up today.
Right.
Thank you very much, by the way.
And I'd like to say I did get to meet with them yesterday afternoon for a little while, and was really impressed with all of you, and really appreciate the time you committed to come help us with our peer review, and it was a real pleasure to meet all of you. So I'd like to give you a round of applause since you're here in person. Thanks for coming today. Okay. The first item on our agenda to be addressed, item B, report on long-range internal audit plan for fiscal years 2016 to 2018, University of Houston System. Mr. Guyton, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Regent Welder. Before I introduce that item, I'd like to recap one open point we had from the last audit committee meeting, and that was when we discussed the support organizations report. You requested an update on the outstanding items that had not yet been received from the support organizations. At at the May committee meeting, there were outstanding items were the IRS Form 990s from the Law Foundation, Alumni Organization, and the Houston Cougar Foundation. Also missing were the financial statements for the Alumni Organization and the Houston Cougar Foundation. And we also were missing the conflict of interest policy and certification of compliance for the trustees and directors of the Foundation of Education and Research and Vision. All this information has now been received, and if anyone would like an up-to-date compliance report matrix with financial data, I'll be pleased to send that to you.
So we're complete?
Sir?
We're complete?
We're complete. You have a full deck.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
And that's, it's been a while since we've had all of our information forthcoming in a shorter time frame. I'd really like to thank Eloise Stewart and her staff for staying on top of that. Now to audit item B. This is on page 6 of your iPad. This contains for your review and approval the final draft of the long-range internal audit plan for fiscal year 16 through 18. An executive summary of the plan is in section 1 on page 11 of your iPad in the plan. The resource and budget information is in section 2 on page 19. And the listing of audit team members is in section 3 on page 22. The plan also contains a risk assessment for all components. Risk assessment techniques were employed to identify auditable areas and to ensure that the accounting system and controls, administrative system and controls, and major information system and controls are reviewed on a periodic basis. This year there are 2 additional areas in the audit plan as a result of recent legislation. Rider 8 of Article 3 of the Appropriation Act requires the internal auditor to conduct an audit of proportional benefits by fund for fiscal years FY12 through FY14 using a methodology approved by the State Auditor's Office. We already audited that area for FY13 at the request of the governor, and that report was presented to you in November of 2014. So we anticipate just auditing the 2 years, but issuing a report on 3 with the required level of detail as prescribed by the State Auditor's Office. The second new area deals with contract administration. That's required by Senate Bill 20. This bill requires the internal auditor to annually assess whether institutions have the policies required by the bill and to conduct risk-based testing of contract administration. 3 years ago, we initiated a process to review the process by which large construction contracts were awarded, and we recently expanded that process to include all contracts requiring Board of Regents approval. Although we already had a contract administration area in our audit universe, we expanded the scope of our work to include increased coverage on larger and higher risk contracts. The risk assessment is included in section 8 of the plan on page 64 of your iPad. Audits of higher risk areas should help mitigate some of these risks. We've prepared a separate risk assessment for each campus. In preparing the audit plan and risk analysis, we received key input from key personnel at each institution, including the Chancellor and the Chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee. The Texas Government Code 2012 requires the Board of Regents to approve the audit plan and periodically review the resources dedicated to the internal audit function. These the internal audit resources, again, are summarized on page 12. And the budgeted hours are calculated in section 2, and that's on page 17. Also in the plan, we have an organization chart for the internal audit department on page 20. We have 2 vacant positions right now, including a manager position and a staff position. We're entering into a co-source arrangement for additional IT audit resources, and we'll let you know the status of that in November at the November committee meeting. We should have a contract on that very soon. With the addition of the new audit manager, we believe that the resources dedicated to the internal audit function are adequate. This audit plan, including the summary of the internal resources, is presented to you now for the committee's review and approval in order that it can be approved by the board today at their meeting. Do you have any questions on the audit plan risk assessments or about the resources dedicated to the audit function?
Any questions regarding that plan? Okay.
All right. If there are no questions, we'll move on to item C. This is on page 85 of your iPad. It refers to the Board of Regents policies that require revisions as a result of the recently enacted Senate Bill 20 of the 84th Legislature. These policies are 41.01, internal auditing, 5304, approval of construction contracts, 5501, contracts, 5701, code of ethics, 5702, consulting and paid professional services, 5704, dual office holding, 5705, outside employment or appointment of executive officers, and 5708, conflicts of interest. Senate Bill 20 requires the Board of Regents to adopt standards for internal audit for risk management, control, and governance related to contracts and require risk-based testing related to contract administration. These changes are reflected in paragraph 41.01.1C on page 86 and 41.01.3A on page 87. The legislation also requires the Board of Regents to establish policies for the internal investigation of suspected defalcation, misappropriation, or other fiscal irregularities. And this change to the policy is reflected in paragraph 4101.4.F on page 88. That was already a policy in the system administrative memorandum, but since the statute said the board has to adopt policies, we've inserted that language in the policy. There's also various other changes to the other policies that Donna Cornell would like to provide you with an explanation on.
There's the main sections relate to conflicts of interest and contracts. What the board will see as it relates to contracts is a change where we will be having to bring to the board every contract over $1 million. So we have a process in place that should not make that not too burdensome on you, but that is a new requirement. In the past, depending on the type of contract we were talking about, it could have been a much higher threshold. And so all of these changes in your board policies reflect those new requirements. With regard to conflicts of interest, the legislature has changed the threshold about what they actually consider a conflict of interest. There's some legislation that's a little bit inconsistent with the changes in Senate Bill 20, but based on statutory construction, looking at the law that is the most current, your policies are now consistent with the changes in Senate Bill 20 as the more current law. That would require that threshold. It used to be a 10% financial interest, and it's now a 1% threshold. And so those changes are made.
We also have Mike Glisson, our controller, who's going to tell you a little bit about the changes in the procurement process. Mike?
There are many changes in Senate Bill 20 related to procurement and contracting, but a couple of the most notable ones are we must maintain a list of all contracts and purchase orders on our website starting September the 1st. And we have to maintain a copy of all contracts and all documentation related to solicitation process for the contract for 7 years after the contract expires. In addition, all employees have to receive procurement and ethics training related to contracting, and any employee who participates in the negotiation of a contract or procurement process and then leaves the university cannot work for the company that was selected for 2 years after they leave the university. So those are some of the most significant changes, in addition to the one that was already mentioned, that the board needs to approve contracts over $1 million.
Any other questions about those changes to the Board of Regents policies?
How do you enforce that? Is this, so somebody that's involved in a negotiation, they sign an agreement agreeing not to go to work for a firm involved, or the firm involved? How do you enforce that?
It's going to be self-enforced. I mean, we don't have a policy for every new law that comes into place. We'll let folks know through our procurement and contracting processes that you can't do that, but the enforcement mechanism, the legislature built into it, because I think it's a misdemeanor, class A misdemeanor, is that
I'm
what
not
it's called?
sure, but you know, that's going to be part of the training too.
Yeah.
Anyone who
I mean, one thing we
can
could do, we could just implement a policy that if a vendor hires somebody from us, et cetera, that they would be removed from our list for a period of time. That would keep them.
Well, then you would have, I think it's got to be, in terms of practicality, I think the employees are the ones that are going to know. There's no way a vendor would necessarily know who would have been involved in a potential procurement. For example, somebody goes to work for IBM that had worked on one of our contracts through the procurement office or in the contracts administration office. The chance of IBM being aware of which ones of our employees might have been involved in those contracting processes is probably a little unrealistic. So I think the way the legislature drafted the law puts the burden on the former employee to know that they can't go do that. I mean, we could put a provision like that, but
Well,
I don't know.
It's just food for thought.
Yeah.
I just was trying to figure out how you police that.
I'm not sure, the legislature's not really looking for us to police it. That's why they put the burden on the employee of making it an actual crime to do so.
Any other questions about those policies, changes? Not, we'll move on to the next item.
Should we go ahead and take action on
Sure.
that at this point?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Guyton, and the others that made the presentations on the policy amendments. May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Our next item for the committee's consideration is item C.
Well, we got a little ahead of ourselves, so I think we did B and C already, so.
I'm sorry?
We did B and C, so we need to do approval for both B and C.
He jumped ahead.
Oh, okay. So that was for item C that we just did. For item B, the long-range internal audit plan, are there any additional comments or questions related to that presentation?
No.
If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the long-range audit plan.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Weldon.
Sure.
Audit D on page 102 refers to the Audit and Compliance Committee Charter and Checklist, which are the recommended guidelines for the operation of the Audit and Compliance Committee. Item number 26 of this checklist on page 108 on audit and compliance on the checklist requires an annual review and update. There are no suggested changes to this document, which was last approved by the Audit and Compliance Committee at its August 2014 meeting. This item requires the approval of the Audit and Compliance Committee in order to be included on the consent docket of the board for board's approval. Do you have any questions or suggestions or changes on this document?
Thank you, Mr. Guyton. May I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
We have a motion?
Second.
And a second? Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. That motion carries. This item is hereby approved, and this concludes the presentation of our 3 action items requiring committee and board approval. May I have a motion to place these 3 action items on the board's consent docket agenda?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. That motion carries. The following 3 items unanimously approved by the committee will be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the board meeting held today, August 20, 2015. They are as follows. Number 1, report on long-range internal audit plan for fiscal years 2016 through 2018, UH system. Number 2, report on Board of Regents policies 41.01, internal auditing, 53.04, approval of construction projects, 55.01, contracts, 57.01, code of ethics, 57.02, consulting and paid professional services, 57.04, dual office holdings, 57.05, outside employment and appointments of executive officers, and 57.08, conflicts of interest, UH system. And number 3, report on audit and compliance committee charter and checklist, UH system. Mr. Guyton, will you please proceed with the presentation of our remaining items which require only committee approval?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Audit E, page 110 on your iPad, refers to the Audit and Compliance Committee planner. This planner lists all actions required of the Audit and Compliance Committee with recommended schedules for these activities. Item 2.04, page 111 on your iPad, requires the Audit and Compliance Committee to approve the Audit and Compliance Committee planner for the upcoming year. There are no suggested changes to the planner since it was approved by the committee a year ago. This item requires only the approval of the Audit and Compliance Committee and not the board. Are there any comments or questions on the planner?
No? None? If there are none, then may I have a motion to approve the item as presented? A motion?
Second.
And a second. All those, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion carries. This item is hereby approved by the committee. Mr. Guyton, will you please proceed with the presentation of the remaining items listed in our agenda, which will be presented for information only?
Yes, Regent Weldon. Audit F on page 117 on your iPad refers to the internal audit briefing booklet. The first tab in the briefing booklet contains an activity outline. It's on page 122. As you can see from this outline, we've prepared 13 internal audit reports since the May Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. The executive summaries of these reports are behind tab 2. That's on page 126. And the individual reports start behind tab 5 on page 144. These reports address areas in the board-approved audit plan for fiscal year 2015 and include a report required by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on UHS facilities development projects. That's on page 160. A report on UH athletics NCAA rules compliance. That's page 165. Reports on endowments at UHV. That's on page 171. The UH Honors College on 197. And the UH College of Pharmacy on 201. It also includes departmental reviews of the UHS UH Chancellor President. That's on page 203, and the UH Athletics Department and UH Clear Lake Administration and Finance Division on page 178. Also includes a report of the UH Facilities Planning and Construction. That's on page 190. A report on the internal assessment of the Internal Audit Department. That's on page 219. And an IT audit activity report on page 217. It also has a review of construction and other contracts requiring board approval, page 156, and our quarterly follow-up activity report on page 145. These reports will be submitted to the Governor's Office of Planning and Budgeting, the Legislative Budget Board, the Sunset Advisory Committee, and the State Auditor as required by the Texas Government Code. 5 of these reports contain management action items, and they're included in the briefing book on page 133, excuse me. An overview of all of our recommendations is included on these reports behind tab 3 or page 131. Audit report number 22 on page 145, our follow-up report, addresses the status of 39 action items and 15 different individual audit reports. We verified that 24 of those action items have been implemented and 15 partially implemented. Updated management's responses were obtained on the partially implemented items. We had one high-risk item in this report related to college cost center verifications at the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, and that action has now been implemented. Pardon? Oh. Okay. Audit report number 23 on page 156 is our review of the construction and other contracts requiring Board of Regents approval. The objective of this review is to determine whether the system is complying with its policies and procedures and the Texas Education Code in selecting contractors for its major construction projects and other contracts requiring Board of Regents approval. This report is different from previous reports, and this report includes all contracts over $1 million, including construction contracts. This is a result, as we discussed earlier, of the recently enacted Senate Bill 20. On Appendix 1 of this report, on page 158, the construction contracts between $1 million and $10 million are noted by footnote B. You'll also notice quite a few contracts listed under the Finance and Administration column, including one for Nike apparel and equipment. N/A is listed as solicitation type because this is a request for the approval of an amendment to an existing contract that began in 2008 and is supposed to expire in July 2016. A new solicitation should be issued at the end of the term of this amendment. Footnote C on that appendix explains that item. Internal audit only performed minimal work this quarter, and we noted no unusual items or other matters that we considered non-compliant with policies or statutes. Any questions on that report? Not, we'll move on to the next report is number 24 on page 160. That's our report for the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on a review of the UHS facilities development projects. We noted 2 instances where accurate project costs had not been submitted to the coordinating board, and management intends to correct those items on its next submission to the coordinating board. Audit reports number 27 on 178, 31 on 203, and 32 on page 210 are reports on the departmental reviews of the UH Clear Lake Administration and Finance, UHS Chancellor President, and the UH Athletics Department. We did not identify any significant items in those reviews. Audit reports number 26, 29, and 30 on pages 171, 197, and 201 are reports on the review of endowments of UHV, the UH Honors College, and the UH College of Pharmacy. We had no significant items in those areas, in those reports as well. Audit report number 25 on page 165 is our report on UH Athletics rules compliance. We had a scope limitation with a portion of this work because certain reports were not available as a result of conversion from one athletics compliance information system to another one. The assistant athletic director believes that the information, if needed, can be obtained from the previous software vendor for a fee. We noted several observations where management can improve compliance administration, including record retention, and management's in the process of taking appropriate action on those areas. Audit report number 28 on page 190 is our review of UH facilities planning and construction. We noted two significant observations in this review. Number one, FP&C management has not developed procedures to help ensure accomplishments of its mission or the effective and efficient use of resources. And number two, customer satisfaction could be significantly improved. Management has issued a RFP for a comprehensive review of this department, its policies and procedures, staffing levels, project delivery systems, and tools and customer service surveys and analysis of procedures. Management is also in the process of hiring a new executive director for FP&C. Do you have any questions on that report? Okay. Audit report number 33 on page 217 is our information technology activity report. Audit report number 34 is on page 219 is our internal assessment of the internal audit department. In this review, our senior auditor, Brandy O'Neill, made recommendations related to automating the project reporting process, enhancing IT audit coverage, modifying engagement planning procedures, and enhancing the use of data extraction tools and techniques. We intend to implement these recommendations and the ones that are offered by our external peer review team. Any questions on those reports or a follow-up activity? Referring back to tab 1 on the activity outline, page 122, you can see on items 2 and 3 of the outline we have various scheduled audits in progress, and fieldwork are in progress, are in the planning phase. These audits are included in the board-approved audit plan for 2015. You can see on item 4 we have various special projects in progress. FEMA is still conducting its audits of UH's reimbursements for Hurricane Ike. The state comptroller is wrapping up its post-payment audit at UH downtown, and the state auditor's office has started its statewide review of the UH's federal financial assistance programs. Although the U.S. Department of Education performed their on-site fieldwork for the Title IV program review during May of 2013, we only received the preliminary report from them the first week of August. Management is in the process of reviewing the findings and supporting documentation of this report, and it will submit its formal response to the Department of Education by the October deadline, a 60-day deadline. Do you have any questions on these projects? You'll notice behind the activity outline is the audit plan status on page 123. Shaded areas are completed, and the footnotes indicate the status on the other areas. Any questions on the audit plan status? Behind tab 6, page 227 in the briefing book, is a narrative on the external assessment of the internal audit activity and the bios of the external team members. We introduced those team members earlier. Do you have any questions on the peer review process or anything related to the briefing booklet? Not, we'll move on to item G. This is on page 230 of your iPad. It refers to the institutional compliance status report for the 3 months ended June 30th, 2015. It also contains each of the institution's compliance plans for the upcoming year. This report lists activities for the 3 months ended June 30th, which includes risk assessments, compliance audits, compliance committee meetings, risk mitigation, and hotline reports. If you look at the top of the page, on page 231, you'll notice we had 38 hotline reports that we received during the 3-month period. That's all four institutions together, 22, 4, 6, and 6. Many of these reports were HR related. As each quarter we have a lot of management type issues that come through, and those are referred to the appropriate personnel. There are 10 unresolved reports as at the end of this quarter. at the end of June 30th. At the completion of this fiscal year, we'll prepare an annual report on all reports received during the year, and we'll categorize those reports by type of activity. It's a little one-page report we've done for the last couple of years, and a pretty good snapshot of what goes on with the hotline reporting. That report will be on the agenda for the November 2016 meeting. Do you have any questions on the activity report? Yes, Regent Mendoza.
On the 10 that are not yet complete or through the full process, do you think, are they in motion, and do you think they might be by November?
Yes, we have those. We're constantly in motion. I meet with Donna Cornell once a week, and we discuss the status of each of these. We triage, assign the appropriate group to investigate these reports. Some of them deal with EEO, some of them are sexual harassment, some of them are HR, some of them are various types of investigation. We make sure we have the appropriate subject matter expert address each of those reports, and we follow up on them until they're resolved. We also report the status of these investigations with both the chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee and the Chancellor. And we do that with the Audit and Compliance Committee chair every month. So we're on top of them.
The fact that any of them are still pending for a period of time is not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes, you know, the investigations take time and should take time to make sure you get it right.
Good, good. Thank you.
But we meet and monitor all of them, as Don says, weekly.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is item H. This is on page 245 of your iPad. This refers to the state auditor's report on selected state entities' compliance with requirements related to historically underutilized business program and the state use program. This agenda item contains excerpts of the report related to UH. The state auditor concluded that UH substantially complied with the requirements for both programs and offered recommendations for improvements, and UH management intends to implement these recommendations. I'd like to introduce, again, Mike Glisson, the UH controller, who's going to introduce Maya Thornton, the UH hub director. They're here to provide you with a little overview and also answer any questions you may have.
Maya Thornton joined us a little over a year ago in July of 2014 as our hub program director. And so now she will give a brief overview of the hub program.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us. Our hub program has been thriving since my arrival here. There have been some substantial changes that we've made for the program. As it pertains to the audit, some of the findings actually have been cured even prior to the state coming over and auditing our program. We have 2 items that will currently be addressed and remedied by September 1st. Those would be our reporting of our subcontractors for our prime contracts. And another of those items, I don't know if they want to roll it so you can see it in real time.
It's at the, very end, it's at the very end of the report. Get to the very end. Just keep it, yeah, back up now. Three pages.
Yeah.
4-page slide. There you go.
Okay. Wish I had a clicker. If you go up one more. One down.
Down.
So we can see those last 3 slides. Very good.
There you go.
So first, let's take a look at our hub and non-hub expenditures from FY7 to FY14. As you can see, we've definitely grown in our hub expenditures. If we click to our next slide for me, please. And we want to look at the overall statewide usage. You see that U of H for fiscal year 14 is at 28.43% versus statewide. They have an average of 12.58%. So we've definitely increased those numbers. And even on statewide, we look pretty good. Next slide, please. As Mike already mentioned, that I arrived here in July 21st, 2014. Since then, we've brought along Myra Artola. She's our hub specialist, and what her main focus is internal compliance. So she makes sure that our departments are complying with hubs, and then also they'll email and contact her as it pertains to different commodities and/or services that need hub participation. She also does the hub training, and she also hosts our monthly hub showcase. And we'll get into our showcases when we talk about the initiatives that we have. And then hopefully we'll bring somebody in mid-September. We did have a start date of September 1st, but I don't think we're going to reach that start date, where we're going to bring in another hub specialist, and they'll be in charge of those PARS reporting, and that's where we were kind of falling short in the audit. So they'll be able to monitor those progressive assessment reports that the prime contractor should be submitting on a monthly basis with their invoices. Now, as it pertains to our initiatives, we host monthly hub vendor showcases. This started in January, where we invite hub vendors to come to the university and they choose their particular audience. So in January, we had staffing services, we have IT services, we have catering services, we have a multitude of services. And so they come in and our university personnel comes in and sits down and meets with them, and they just talk about the goods and or services they can bring to the university. We also host the annual Hub Vendor Fair. That vendor fair takes place every October. And then we have our Hub Forum, which we'll be hosting in April. And usually we use our sister systems. Last year was our first year where Victoria, Downtown, and Clear Lake also participated in the forums. I've reached out to those, our sister systems again. And so they will be hosting a huge forum in April. And the difference between the two, the vendor fair is where you have the hub vendor come out and they set up exhibit tables, and we invite, of course, our university personnel and our additional state agencies. The vendor forum is in reverse, where you have the state agencies set up the tables, and then the hub vendors come to us. And we also hold workshops during the forum. Some of the workshops are how to become hub certified if you are not certified. So if you're a small business and you're interested in certification, you can definitely come to the forum. Also, during the forum, we have our Prime Hub success stories, where if you are a hub vendor and maybe you're not sure what the next step is, we have some hub vendors that'll talk to you about some of the steps and the methodology they use to become successful in doing businesses with state agencies and universities. Also, we present at local hub forums around the state, and we've also partnered with PTAC, Small Business Development Center on campus, where we host every quarter how to do business with the University of Houston. So if you're unsure about how to do business with the University of Houston, we made that readily available for you to come to those presentations. We train our departments on how to use the hub directory. We've decided that we're going to hold training in concert with the showcases. So generally the showcases on a monthly basis range from 9 to 11 o'clock. That first hour is when we'll have that hub vendor come in. That second hour is when we'll have training for university personnel. So they'll be able to identify hub vendors for those particular services that are needed. Again, how to do business with the university, that goes to the training. And also, during those forums, we do have someone come out and talk about how to become certified. We're not a certifying agency, as you all know, but we do walk them through the process and tell them who they need to contact in order to get that certification process started. We also train prime contractors on how to recruit hub subcontractors. As an example, a solicitation came in. It was about a $2 million bid, and we noticed that they did not have any hub subcontractors identified within the solicitation. And some of the subcontracting opportunities were pretty basic, like your painting, your plumbing, your HVAC. So what we did is we reached out to that prime contractor and let them know, here's a list of hub subcontractors that may be able to better service you. Since you weren't able to identify them yourself, we would be more than happy to help you identify those subcontracting opportunities. So we also offer that. Something new that we're bringing to university in December, we're actually having a construction seminar hosted by the Hub Operations Department, where we're going to invite the prime contractors that currently do business with the university to talk to some of our local hub subcontractors to say, this is how we find our subcontractors. So it's really important that we reach out to those subcontractors, letting them know how the prime contractor starts to look and solicit their subcontractors. We're also going to get our project managers in construction involved as well. Again, reporting, we send monthly hub reports to our DBA, so they'll be aware of how much they're spending on a monthly basis with hub vendors, and we also provide them with a listing of hub vendors and also missed opportunities. So let's say you spend X amount of money on catering services, where we can say, hey, you know what, that money could have gone to a hub vendor, and if you need a listing or if you need training, please contact our department and we'll provide that to you. We post our monthly hub usage reports on our website. And we submit quarterly progress reports to the comptroller, of course, the LBB, and of course, we have a semi-annual report. As to the compliance, again, we do review the subcontracting probability form. That was one of the findings that we had in our audit. However, prior to the audit, we'd already cleaned that up. So we didn't want you to think it was like a knee-jerk reaction to the audit. It was something that had already taken place prior to the audit. We review and approve the subcontracting plan compliance form. And again, starting September 1, our department will be responsible for monitoring the prime contractor's compliance with the HUB subcontracting plan. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
A couple questions. First, Ms. Thornton, it's very exciting and encouraging to see a more robust HUB program here at the university. I don't know if we had a chance to meet you formally at the board meeting, so welcome. Two questions. Do we keep statistics, or have we kept them since January to indicate the results of our outreach and our training? Has it increased? What types of HUB businesses are benefiting from our outreach and our training, so we can sort of measure how we're progressing? And the second question is, it's wonderful to see the 28% or more that we're doing. I know we don't have it in this presentation, but do we have a breakdown of what types of HUB businesses those are that comprise to 28%?
I currently don't have a breakdown with me, but we can get that for you.
Okay. And
on the first point.
And the first question?
I don't believe we were currently keeping track, but since we've started this new system, what we've been doing, like for the vendor showcases, we've been providing surveys 3 months after they showcase to see what kind of businesses have gone their way, if they've been awarded contracts since the showcase. And as it pertains to the forum as well and to our outreach, like I said, we get with PTAC and do how to do business with U of H. We do have the information and I guess surveys from those businesses, but as far as concrete contracts, we've only been keeping it for the showcases, but we can start to do it just more for the overall program.
Yeah, if we could have the report in the future and include those two categories, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Welcome to, well, we've met before as well. I have a couple questions. So, do we have some type of a report once a prime contractor has completed a contract so that maybe when they bid for the future with U of H, that maybe that's a report that can be given to us when we're looking at the bid process? And of course, we'd have to make sure it was, compliant and legal to add that in for our review, but kind of like a scorecard.
Sure.
Of how they did.
That would be great. A vendor performance card, yes, we could do that. That's not a problem. We can implement that.
I think that would be great for us to look forward on future contracts. And then, do we have some similar reporting on our sister campuses?
The only reporting that I am responsible for our sister campuses would be their quarterly and semi-annual reports, and I don't have that data with me for our sister campuses because they have their own HUB coordinators as well, so I know that those HUB coordinators keep those types of reports. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, may I say something?
Please do.
The HUB report, which the internal auditor is talking about, it has elapsed in time. So there has been several months, actually. Exactly how many months have gone by?
Well, we had our exit conference a couple of months ago, and even when we had our exit conference, the auditor recognized that these would not have been issues under the current process. So they have basically fixed most of the problems that we had. And they were going back about a year.
Yes, they only looked at FY14. I guess if I was here a little bit earlier, then maybe we wouldn't have had some of those findings. But yes, they only looked at FY14.
So the report found us to be substantially compliant. And I know there's another category which says fully compliant. So my very direct question to the internal auditor and to Maya was, if it was to be done today, what's your sense, would we be fully compliant? And the answer from their point of view, looking at every perspective, yes. And I just wanted to share that with you because that gives me comfort, and I really appreciate all the hard work that's going behind.
Thank you.
I would certainly echo that. And on behalf of the committee and the board, I really appreciate the efforts It really is robust. I agree with Regent Hollingsworth. It's a very robust program and should continue to increase the hub usage, I would think.
Yes.
I'd like to make one more comment. So I
Please
was at
do.
a state convention in Austin a couple of weekends ago, and Maya and I have only seen each other a couple of times and met, but they did not know that I served on the Board of Regents, but there were some fellow hub coordinators in the room, and they spoke very highly of you.
Thank
so
you.
I felt very proud.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for what you're bringing to the university.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate
And
it.
thank you for your support as well and faith in the program. We appreciate that.
I got a comment related to that. Can we compare with the UT, Texas A&M, and other?
Yes,
peer
actually,
institutions
I
and see
do
how
have some
we
of
look?
those comparisons.
I'm just curious. So that we can brag about our performance.
Sure. No, as it pertains to FY14, as far as the expenditures, as noted on the slide, ours were 28.43%. The University of Texas at Austin was 20.13. Texas A&M was 16.09. Texas Tech was 21.96, and then all other state agencies and universities, again, as you saw on the slide, were 12.58. So we're doing pretty good as it pertains to looking at our other state agencies and universities.
We should add that to our chart.
Okay, I'll make sure I include that next time. It'll be very university
By color.
specific.
Color coded.
Other comments or questions?
And this may be for the Chancellor. How is this being communicated to our local officials at each level? Because it seems like that is a point where a lot of vendors kind of come through. That's where they see the kind of avenue for discussion. So I think, how are they being educated on this very robust plan?
I don't know if we have done anything special since the exit interview was very recent, and we are getting this comprehensive report now, but the point is very well taken. We will do it in a very conscious manner. Thank you.
And also the lawmakers, we need to let Senator Rodney Ellis, Sylvester Turner, and other lawmakers know that this is what we are doing against other institutions.
Others? Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, thanks again
Thank
for your
you.
report.
Regent Welder, that concludes all my comments on these items.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Guyton or any of the reports that we've been over? If not, thank you. I would like to now to move into Section 2 of the agenda, executive session, and ask the committee to go into executive session pursuant to sections of the Texas Government Code listed on page 2 of the agenda. And I think we do want to invite Donna to stay for executive session. Donna, if you could step out just for a moment, but don't go far because we're going to get you right back in here. And then everyone else is excused. Thank you. Okay. I would like to reconvene the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. The Regents met in executive session to discuss the performance of our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Don Guyton. The board and Chancellor
Everybody's
reviewed-
attention, please.
The board and the Chancellor reviewed Mr. Guyton's performance and believe his work to be outstanding. The board appreciates his hard work and his continued commitment to the UH system. There was no action taken in executive session. Does anyone have any further questions? If there is no further business to come before this meeting, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move quickly into our Academic and Student Success Committee. So we'll get everybody ready. Is Provost Short? There she comes. All right, good. So good morning, everyone. Almost good afternoon. Welcome to our meeting. I would like to call to order the Academic and Student Success Committee of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. We have 8 agenda items to be presented today before the committee, 5 items for the committee's consideration and approval, and 3 items for information only. Following the presentation of the action items, I will ask the committee if there are any questions and call for the vote. Once all action items have been presented and approved, if appropriate, I will make a motion to place these items on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting scheduled for later today, August 20th, 2015. The first item listed on our agenda today for the committee's consideration is item B, the approval of a Master of Educational Technology at the University of Houston, Victoria. Dr. Paula Short, Senior Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Provost, would you please introduce this item? Welcome.
Thank you, Regent Mendoza. The first item is a proposal from the University of Houston, Victoria, to establish a Master of Education in Educational Technology degree. This is a 30-hour, totally online graduate program. Its purpose is to prepare students who can serve in leadership roles as technology specialists and instructional designers, both in higher education, corporate settings, public schools, K-12 schools, and human service organizations. Graduates of this program will be able to evaluate, incorporate technology into the operations of the organization and in the educational setting. Also, they'll be prepared to be able to train people to use technology in an effective manner and also educate others to the value of technology in the instructional setting. There is a great need for this degree in the public schools. They're very important to schools that are implementing technology within the instructional setting. And the U.S. Department of Labor Statistics has reported that the top 5 jobs likely to remain in demand through 2018 are instructional and educational technology specialists. This degree will require 1 new faculty hire, and they expect to enroll 115 students in the first 5 years and generate revenue starting in its 3rd year. We've thoroughly reviewed this proposal, and we recommend to you approval.
Any questions of the committee or the board? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Short. No questions. I'll hear a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. This item is hereby approved by the committee. We'll move on to item C, approval of a Bachelor of Science in Liberal Studies at the University of Houston. Dr. Short?
Thank you. You have before you a proposal from the University of Houston to establish a Bachelor of Science in Liberal Studies. We currently have a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies at U of H. We have over 400 majors in that degree. And the belief is that if we establish a Bachelor of Science in Liberal Arts, we will broaden the opportunity for students to obtain a liberal arts degree while focusing on the STEM areas and the science areas in their background. Currently, the BA requires 2 majors in the degree out of 3 from the College of Liberal Arts and Social Studies, Sciences. The BS degree will allow 2 minors outside of class, which will allow students to take courses in math in the STEM areas and the science areas. These students are very marketable. They are sought after by employers who want students who are critical thinkers, who have that liberal arts background, but also have the STEM background in their one of their 2 minors. We believe that after the 5th year of this program, there will be over 650 students enrolled in the 6 cohorts that we plan to admit. And this, we believe, will be a very popular degree and a degree that broadens the access to a liberal arts degree for students. The BA and the BS will complement each other. So we recommend approval of this degree.
Okay. Does anyone have any further questions?
I just want to make a comment that this is a great trend, and I think to have an option in the liberal arts for students to have a concentration in addition to that in the STEM area is fantastic. So
I agree.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
Any more questions? All right. May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? This item is hereby approved. Item D, the approval of a Master of Science in Pharmacy Leadership and Administration at the University of Houston, is our next item for the committee's consideration. Dr. Short?
Thank you, Regent Mendoza. The University of Houston is proposing a Master of Science in Pharmacy Leadership and Administration. This degree would consist of leadership training, health systems pharmacy administration training, research and business-related coursework. It will expand the ongoing collaborations that our great College of Pharmacy has with the Texas Medical Center, institutions and other institutions that offer pharmacy practice residencies. The objective of the program is to prepare graduates in pharmacy leadership and management who are able to go into pharmacy organizations, either in medical center settings, hospital settings, in retail settings, and step into leadership and administrative roles, fully prepared to help that organization be very successful. There are currently 14 residents in the College of Pharmacy Health System Pharmacy Management Program who will be the first students to enter this program. They're expecting 38 students to enroll in the first 5 years of the program. This program currently does not exist at the University of Houston or any other college of pharmacy in Texas, and we're always looking for an opportunity to be first. This program will generate revenue the first year of the program. We're always pleased to see that. And graduates of this program will be able to enter and obtain positions such as, for example, some of the positions that the head of the pharmacy, our dean, provided me were Pharmacy Business Operations Manager, Harris Health System, Pharmacy Operations Manager, Memorial Hermann, Administrative Director of Pharmacy, Baptist Hospital. So positions for them to move into currently exist, and those that have these positions in many cases are moving on in their careers, retiring, and there will be a great need for these graduates. These graduates also will have the opportunity to take courses in other colleges, such as our College of Business and so forth. So we see this as a very wonderful addition to our College of Pharmacy degree offerings. So we recommend approval.
Very good. Any questions, comments?
I know that a lot of students are excited about this program, so thanks.
Good. I agree. We discussed it in our committee meeting as well, and I think it's much needed, so thank you for bringing it before us.
I have a short comment on this. In engineering, we have some STAR programs, like a geosensing and so on. This will be another STAR program.
Yes.
For the college.
I suspect that it will because it's unique. It's a niche area that is in need, and with healthcare being one of our presidents, our chancellor's big rocks, it certainly does add to our ability as an institution to be a leader in that area.
Great. Any more comments? All right. Is there a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion is hereby approved. Our next item is for information only. Item E, the introduction of Dean of University of Libraries, University of Houston. Dr. Short?
I'm extremely excited to be able to introduce to you Lisa German. Lisa, would you come forward to the podium? We conducted a year-long search for a new Dean of University Libraries here at the University of Houston, and Lisa is our choice. She joins us from the Pennsylvania State University, where she served as Associate Dean for Collections, Information, and Access Services. So she comes from a very fine Tier 1 AAU institution. She was responsible at Penn State Libraries for planning, organization, policy development, implementation, assessment, and direction. She's a very published scholar as a university librarian and highly regarded as a research library administrator. She's participated in a number of leadership development programs and also the Association of Research Libraries, which we're very proud that we're highly ranked in that area. She participated in the Library Leadership Fellows Program. She's received awards for her leadership and her accomplishments from the University of Illinois, Penn State University, and the American Library Association. She earned her bachelor's degrees in history and a Master of Library Science from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. We are delighted she's here. She joined us August 1. And Lisa, welcome. We're glad you're here. Yay. And I'm sure she'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I have so much appreciated the fine welcome that I've received since I've been here. Houstonians are a terrific group. So thank you very much. I look forward to working with Provost Short and my colleagues on the Dean's team, on the Provost team. So thank you very much, and working for our students. We are so excited about the first day of class.
Very good. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? They're letting
What
you
is
off.
your amnesty policy going to be on books that may have been checked out years ago and never returned? Is there a period of forgiveness where?
An amnesty policy, we can have a talk about that.
I thought we were going to let you off light. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Lisa.
All right, this item was presented for information only and requires no further action. The next item for the committee's consideration today is item F, the approval of Professor Emeritus appointment, University of Houston, Dr. Short, please.
Thank you. We normally bring these to you in May, and we did, but due to administrative error, Dean Ira Colby's request, the request for him to have emeritus status was left off inadvertently, and so he's one of our distinguished deans, long-term dean of our Graduate College of Social Work, and in order to correct that error, I'm bringing it to you today and hope that you will approve his status as Professor Emeritus here at the University of Houston.
Okay. So it went through all the administrative processes and all. Last time it just was left off inadvertently, so we're
Correct.
sorry about that. But
Apologize
is there any
for
questions? Any questions or comments? So please express our apologies for that. But all in favor?
Aye.
Any second? Motion? Oh,
So moved.
first motion for me. Thank you. Adam, he moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I was so upset we left them off.
No more than I was.
All right, the last action item for the committee's consideration today is item G, the report on University of Houston System Administrative Memorandum 01.D.08, Sexual Misconduct Policy Interim 2, UH System. Ms. Cornell, Vice Chancellor of Legal Affairs and General Counsel, would you please present this item?
I'm happy to do so. I have my Title IX coordinator, head of our Equal Opportunity Services office here as well, Dr. Richard Baker, who has worked tirelessly on our sexual misconduct policy. Title IX is a huge area of risk for every university, something of national concern, and we're bringing to you today a revised policy. Our last policy that we had was written in 2012. It is compliant with the law. However, we have used that policy for the last 3 years and have watched some of the changes in how schools have been interpreting the changes in the law. And I think we have clarified any issues of confusion that could have arisen, clarified some of the due process issues. Our policy is an investigator-led model, so the investigators are the ones that make the initial finding. Of course, those are all subject to an appellate process. I remain to believe that it is the right way to have Title IX processes go forward. Our investigators are very experienced. They all happen to be lawyers, certainly not required to be, but they all are very thorough, methodical, and experienced in what they do. We changed our process in one regard with this draft, which provides for what I would consider a more professionalized appeal option for matters in sexual assault. So we provide the opportunity to go to an external hearing officer for the two individuals that would be involved, typically two individuals that would be involved in a sexual assault allegation, and will allow that to go outside. They certainly can keep it inside of our internal processes, but we thought as a committee that this was the better approach and would provide a little more protection for all parties involved. We would expect this external review officer most likely to be a lawyer, because these are very complicated legal issues to resolve in large part. The other significant change is the responsible employees. We certainly encourage all of our employees, and we create a culture, I believe, on this campus and all campuses in the system of compliance and no tolerance and reporting issues of sexual misconduct. That has been a really big emphasis in all of our training. And I think that this policy really goes in that direction. In the past, we had every employee being a responsible employee. Our world is our definition is a little bit more refined now and doesn't include every employee, and you may ask, why is that? In large part, it was our belief as a committee that having it broader created more risk for the institution, and we wanted to be clear that those individuals who actually would be in a position to do something, those individuals that students, faculty, and staff thought could do something, and not just someone who really would have no understanding or real ability to address the issues that are brought forward. Clearly, all faculty are part of the responsible parties, responsible persons under the law. All supervisors would be responsible persons under the policy. So we've changed that a little bit. This is a system policy. We have one process in place for every campus in the system. Dr. Baker's office is a system office, so our investigators are responsible for the entire system. I think that's the essence of most of our changes. Can you think of anything else, Dr. Walker? Dr. Baker? No? Okay. I think that's kind of the outline of the policy. The legislature does now require, in this last session, has required this to be brought forward to the board. This is not typically the type of policy we would bring to the board. Not because it's not important, but I think the legislature wanted to be sure that the board as a whole was really understanding the commitments and obligations under Title IX. This policy will be brought to the whole board. We decided that this would be something that the board itself needed to make a statement about, as well as the committee. And so if you have any questions, I certainly have enough resources here if I don't know the answer to answer them for you.
Thank you. Questions? Comments? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cornell, for your presentation. Does anyone have any further questions before we move on? May I hear a motion to approve this item? Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? This item is hereby approved. This concludes the presentations and approvals for our 5 action items today. May I have a motion to place the first 4 of these action items on the board's consent docket agenda for final approval? Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The following 4 action items unanimously approved by the committee will be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting scheduled for later today, August 20th, 2015. They are as follows: approval of a Master of Education in Educational Technology at the University of Houston, Victoria, approval of a Bachelor of Science in Liberal Studies at the University of Houston, approval of a Master of Science in Pharmacy Leadership and Administration at the University of Houston, and approval of Professor Emeritus appointment at the University of Houston. Please note that our 5th action item, the report on University of Houston System Administrative Memorandum 01.D.08, Sexual Misconduct Policy, Interim 2, UH System, which was unanimously approved by the committee, will be discussed by the board in our later meeting. The next item to be presented is item H, recycle presentation. For University of Houston, it's an update. Dr. Raman Krishnamurthy, I'm sorry, I always mess your name up. So, Acting Vice Chancellor for Research and Technology Transfer, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you so much, Regent Mendoza. It's my pleasure to introduce Casey McNeil, one of the founders of Recycle and a graduate of the UH City College of Business. graduated a year ago as the presenter for this item. Casey has recently been named by Forbes magazine as one of the 30 under 30, and really a superstar amongst our recent graduates. Through a technology transfer program that started in August of 2013, that was started by my predecessor, Dr. Roth Bose and Mark Clark, this company, this group of students started a process to understand and commercially develop opportunities for technology developed by one of our Welsh professors here at the University of Houston, Dr. Alan Jacobson, and his students, that looked at recycling rare earth metals. This is, and as you'll hear from Casey, they've been able to take this idea and really garner national support for it. Recycle won the National Clean Energy Business Plan competition held by the Department of Energy, and has since started its operation as a small company at the ecosystem being developed at the UH Energy Research Park that is fostering an entrepreneurial spirit amongst our students. So without further ado, Casey.
This should be on, correct? Thank you. Imagine a resource so critical to our daily lives that without would change life as we know it. Imagine that this resource is almost entirely controlled by one country, a country that is not an ally. No, I'm not talking about oil. I'm talking about rare earth elements, and the country is China. Rare earth elements make energy generation more efficient, make consumer electronics smaller, and they make our national defense systems more effective. Although there are 17 total rare earth elements, there are 2 that are most critical. They're known as neodymium and dysprosium. These elements are used to manufacture rare earth magnets, known as neomagnets. These neomagnets make energy generation up to 30% more efficient, they allow cell phones to fit in our pockets, and they make our national defense systems more accurate. China, the country that controls almost 100% of the production of these elements, has done so for the past 20 years. As famously quoted by Deng Xiaoping, the former leader of China, the Middle East has oil, China has rare earth elements. Because of the ever-increasing applications for these materials, along with China's dominance over their control, supply shortages have become an all too common occurrence within this market. My name is Casey McNeil, and I'm the CEO of Recycle, the first company ever to be able to profitably recycle neodymium and dysprosium. In spite of years of significant research, companies like Siemens, Honda, and Hitachi have failed to develop a process to profitably reclaim these elements. Recycle, through a disruptive innovation, a patented process, is able to recycle these elements from discarded electronics. This technology was developed and patented here at the university. Our team was given permission to prove feasibility for commercialization. After proving the feasibility for commercializing this technology, we were granted rights to use it. This has created an unprecedented groundwork that has paved the way for students behind us from not only the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship, but also from the university as a whole to commercialize university IP. The way Recycle works is we first purchase disposed of rare earth magnets from electronics recycling companies for approximately $10 per kilogram. I don't think this is going to work. It costs us approximately $8 to process these materials, from which we extract $32 worth of resources based on current market prices. The way Recycle receives our magnets is from electronics recycling companies around the nation. These companies are already recycling large volumes of the materials that contain these magnets. We create an additional revenue stream for these companies in exchange for a steady supply of the magnets that our process relies on. Other areas of interest for our company is to work with multinational manufacturers like Apple and Seagate, companies that have an ever-increasing need to recycle the materials that they produce, as well as an ever-increasing need for these rare earth elements that their products depend on. To put it in perspective, a company like Apple uses rare earth magnets in every single product that they produce. Our team consists entirely of University of Houston graduates, all of which started this company while still students. This has created an unusual synergy within our team and has allowed us to build a network within the university and the Houston community that has been one of the biggest reasons behind our success. The leadership of our team consists of myself, Susan Tran, and Cassandra Huang, all graduates of the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship. The technical team consists of Dr. Alan Jacobson, an invaluable advisor, and Dr. Pradeep Samarasekure, co-inventor of our process and the lead scientist for Recycle. We're also looking for a chemical engineer, but we'll address that later on. Over the past 18 months, our company has been able to make some exciting accomplishments. To be able to represent our university and the powerhouse that it truly has become has been exciting to say the least. One of the first competitions we attended was at Baylor University. One of the advisors that we first met made a remark that many of us have heard: Cougar High. I can't tell you how excited our team was to be standing on the podium in the first place position, besting teams from Harvard, Yale, and Purdue. From Baylor, we went on to compete at MIT and Caltech, taking home from Caltech a $100,000 first place win and winning a chance to compete for the Department of Energy's National Clean Energy Prize in Washington, D.C. We were competing against 6 regional winners, one from Rice, one from MIT, and a variety of others. We swept this entire competition in all 3 categories, being the first team to do so, the first team to win from Texas, the first team to win with women founders, and the first team to win with undergraduate students. From here, we went on to receive a National Science Foundation $150,000 SBIR grant, which will extend in 6 months to a $750,000 Phase 2 grant with the option to extend that to $2.25 million with matched investment capital. So we've had some exciting progress throughout our experience working with this company, and all of it started because of the support and confidence that our university had in us. Moving forward, we still have a lot of hurdles to tackle. I'm sure as many in this room understand, even the greatest businesses can fail, and Recycle is no exception. We still have gaps in our team to fill, we still have funds to raise, and we still have facilities to find. For the team, we're actively seeking process engineers or a group of engineers that can help us in scaling up our technology through the pilot stage. For funds, our company is looking for strategic funding that will work alongside our grants to operate as match funds for future grants that we can receive. And lastly, for facilities. Our company has been very fortunate to be able to house ourselves in the Innovation Center at the Energy Research Park. However, as we continue to scale, we'll need additional lab space, we'll need additional processing facilities, and we'll need bigger offices. So a great problem to have that we're growing too fast, but a concern nonetheless. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to be here today, and I hope to continue to bring this exciting news back home to where it all started, the powerhouse. Thank you.
Wow, incredible.
Questions?
Comments?
Thanks.
Thank you. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Yes. Regents Spitzer.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
Can you quantify the size of this market?
You know, it's a commodity, so it's fluctuating. Right now, it's reached its floor. When we look at neodymium and dysprosium, it makes up 50% of the total value of this market. So there's 17 total rare earths, 2 of them make up over 50% of that. So this market has been quantified at about a $3.2 billion market. By 2018, it's expected to increase to about a $7 billion market.
What part of the market would you hope to capture?
You know, we're still trying to figure that out. We're seeing opportunities from these large manufacturers that are increasing that number day by day. The Department of Energy has said that 1% of these rare earths are being recycled currently, but we can meet 20% of the world's entire supply through recycling. So that's something that we're working on.
Great stuff, great stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any more comments? That's great stuff for your presentation today. This item, of course, was for informational only, and a lot of information and good information coming from U of H and our leaders in the community here. And no further action is required on that. Our last agenda item today is also a success story that I would like to present to you from the University of Houston downtown. It's one of our student success stories. And I am very honored to present Dr. Harris to you. Just a few years ago when I was at UHD, she was in a class, a CJ class that I was in, and I was reintroduced to her when I came back as a regent at UHD and visited the criminal justice program. And I wanted to ask her to share this story with you because she is totally what we envision as a full circle student success and now a professor at UHD. And I'd like her to tell you a little bit about her story and then also about some of the programs that she's created and helps manage and always looking for funding within the jail system. So thank you for being with us today and sharing your story.
Thank you, Regent Mendoza. It's a pleasure to be with you. And yes, I am a success story from UHD. I did my bachelor's there, my master's there, and my PhD elsewhere, then came back, and now I'm an assistant professor. But today I briefly want to talk about one of the programs that I'm heavily involved in, and that's the Harris County Sheriff's Office Reentry Program. And that's where our UHD Senior Seminar criminal justice students collaborate with the Harris County Reentry personnel. It's the first jail program of its kind in the whole nation, not just because of the academic collaboration, but because we start the reentry the moment the inmate steps into the jail. So what is the benefit to our students? The benefit is great. They don't just sit on the sidelines. They are essential and they're an integral part of the program. We could not do this without them. The students work hand in hand with all reentry personnel through every phase of the program. And that means even after the inmate has been released, there are still students and reentry personnel that are working with them. This is an excellent service learning opportunity. And it's a major opportunity for our students, one that you just wouldn't get elsewhere. You have to ask yourself, well, what is the benefit to the community? We've got benefits to the students and to the jail, but what are the benefits to the community? The average recidivism rate for people coming out of Harris County Jail, just as a regular inmate, is between 70 and 80%. The recidivism rate for inmates being released out of the jail, having gone through the reentry program, is between 5 and 11%. That's an enormous wow. So our students, we've invested our time in them, but they're also investing time in the community so that when inmates leave this reentry program, they become better citizens, better neighbors, and better or more informed Houstonians. Based on the program's success that we were featured on the PBS Houston NewsHour, so we were very proud of that because it is indeed a successful program. I'd like to close this brief session that I have here by using the words of one of my students who has been through the Senior Seminar Criminal Justice Program, has graduated from UHD, and this is what she said. I have to wear my glasses for this one. Sorry. When I began Dr. Harris' Senior Seminar course, I didn't know what I wanted to do. Now I can't see myself doing anything else. The program, the service learning program, did wonders for me and gave me so much confidence. It brought everything from my 4 years of college to life. This young lady now is a full-time case manager within the system, and I have to say how proud I am to be part of a university that its best practice is not only just a major opportunity for the students, but it's also a major opportunity for the faculty. And I'm certainly one of those success stories, and I have many, many students who follow in my footsteps. So thank you so much for letting me come and briefly talk about this program.
Thank you very much for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions?
How many students are involved in a given year, do you reckon?
I have 27 per semester, per long semester. Some students are actually working in the jail. Some students are working on research outside of the jail and working with community partners. The Sheriff's Office now has allowed all the reentry training to take place at UHD, which is significant. The students have to go through PREA training and how to be in a jail. I go through that with them every year also.
And how many inmates are in the program at any given time?
At any given time, 250.
That's great.
But we're talking about a population usually between 9,000, 9,500 inmates. So our hope and what we want to do is to be able to bring more inmates into the reentry program so we can see the overall recidivism rate just keep dropping.
Well, what's great about it is it's a great program that if you can figure out how to make it scalable would really affect the industry big time. So.
Right, and that's something that we're definitely working on at this time.
That's great. Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, one of my students actually is right there.
Oh.
And Joan is about to join the Sheriff's Department as a sheriff, I guess, a sheriff's officer. Sheriff's deputy, yes.
Right,
so he went
wonderful,
through the program.
Wonderful. Well, she doesn't give much credit to herself, but she does a lot of the work that goes on with these students. I know she uses a lot of her personal finances. And what she didn't talk about also is the collaborations that she has with different corporations or entities to help get funding for the inmates that need bus fare, token fares, maybe food coupons and things that they need to get out of the jail and get back into a good place in society. And so thank you very much for what you do. We appreciate you coming here today and bringing your student.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. This item, of course, was for information only, good information, and requires no committee action. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any further questions or comments on the committee or the board? All right, being none, there's no further business to come before this committee. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone back to our meeting. I call to order the Facilities, Construction, and Master Planning Committee meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. We have 6 action items listed on your agenda today which require the committee's consideration and approval. After the discussion of each agenda item is concluded, I will call for the vote, and once all of the items have been considered and approved by the committee, if appropriate, I will ask for a motion to place these on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting scheduled for later today. First item listed on your agenda for consideration is item B. The approval is requested to increase the program for the new Health and Biomedical Sciences Building 2 at the University of Houston. Mr. McShann, will you please introduce this item, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. In February of 2012, the board approved $75 million to build the core and shell for this facility. At that time, we were optimistic to get funding for bonds from the state, but weren't sure, but at least we would be ready to go ahead and build the core and shell, and then if we got the funding, go ahead and do the build out. So the timing is right. We got the, they've changed the name of them, construction bonds, TRBs, I'm still going to call them. If that bothers you, I apologize, for the building. So we want to go ahead and get approval to expand the programming to the full building, completing all 9 floors so that we're not doing any additional phases. So it's same project, just now completing it. There are any questions?
Right, so this is the, so we've already approved the location of the building. We've
yes, sir.
Designed the building. The building is underway. We
broke ground last month.
Yeah, we broke ground last month. I remember we increased, I guess, the shell size of the building in order to accommodate future needs, et cetera. And so now we have the TRB money allocated toward this, we can now go ahead and build out the whole building, right?
Exactly.
So instead of having to do it in phases or
Right, or
what I
try to
call
find
hard
the
way,
funds a
we
floor at a
can-
time, yes.
That's great. Any questions? Anybody? If not, I have a motion to approve this item as presented, please. Second? All those in favor? Motion carries. Next item, action item listed on your agenda is item C. The approval is requested for the site and program for a new science, technology, engineering, and math building at the University of Houston Clear Lake, UH Clear Lake. Mr. McShann, would you please?
Yes, thank you. Again, this is another facility we're able to do because of the legislative session and the new tuition revenue bonds. Clear Lake received $54 million in bonds for this particular project. It's going to be a 127,000 square foot building. They will have 15,000 gross square foot of shell space to be completed when it's done. The project would be completed in August of 2018, and the total value of the project is 65.7, and which is going to include some additional bonds from their revenues, as well as about 1.7 of HEAP and other sources of funds.
So the balance of the money, other than HEAF, is it going to rely on new, additional future bonds to be issued to complete it, or what's the?
They're going to have the $54 million of the state-funded bonds.
Right.
Then another $10 million of bonds based upon their own revenues, tuition and fees, and then another 1.7 of accumulated HEAP and other available sources.
So are we approving the location of the building as well as?
Yes, sir.
So we're approving the location and the.
That's correct.
And the
Site
building
and the,
itself in order to move forward with design and plans.
Correct, yep. Who's got that? Do I have it?
And the location of the building was located where based on
Trying
what?
to get up here, right here.
Right, I see where it's located, but what was the thinking behind putting it there versus somewhere else, et cetera?
Let me ask Dr. Staples to.
Chairman Wilson, when the master plan was done for UH Clear Lake, when we worked with the College of Architecture here in Dean Oliver, basically what you see at the bottom of that, it's hard to see, the bottom of that is the Bayou building. The building just up from it, going from south to north, is the Student Services and Classroom building. And eventually, where the STEM building, you can see that at the very top, that whole spine there will be where future buildings will be. Eventually, we'll have also, we hope, a recreation and wellness facility that'll be in that part of campus. But given where we have existing parking lots, which is also a factor, we identified with the College of Architecture that that spine running south to north, north to south, would be where major academic buildings will be. So this is really consistent with the master plan that we worked with the College of Architecture and Dean Oliver.
Got it. And I see a new connector road. Is that part of this budget and project, or is that a separate?
That's part of it, because as we use that part of campus, we haven't needed that in the past, but we need another. It's a relatively short road connecting two different parts of campus, but it's critical for flow on campus.
And that's included in this budget or scope?
Yes, it is.
Very good. Any other questions by anyone? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented, please? Second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Our third action item for the committee's consideration today is item D. Approval is requested for the site and program for a new sophomore housing building at the University of Houston, Victoria, UH Victoria. Mr. McShann, please.
Yes, thank you.
Present this item.
A very similar, basically this project was brought to you a couple of months ago for approval, and it was approved. The only difference being it was going to be a third-party build project. After investigating it and going through it, determined it wasn't in the best interest to go that route, so they're bringing it back to you so we can do it as a traditional in-house project. The the project will be about 380 beds. The location, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the first one across Ben Wilson, which will be the beginning of their
yeah, can you
picture.
Yeah, change the slide to the aerial.
Yeah.
I think it's like 3 down. Next one, yeah, right there.
There, okay.
So it's on the
far left, if I'm not mistaken.
far left.
Yeah. And they, so this is the beginning of this project. They passed, the legislature passed for them to do a student center, so they have to pass it by their students. And that's the red building in the middle that you see that will come in the future. But again, we're talking about the one on the far left. The purple building is what we're asking for approval to begin the design and build on. And this project would be, construction would start in next May and be completed in August of 2017. It's a $22 million project.
So I see parking 5 decks, 450 spaces. Is that part of this project? That's separate, or what?
I believe it's a separate project. No, it is separate, yes.
And is that's just planned? Future. So for now, there'll just be surface parking for this.
The surface parking will be where that second blue building is.
Right. So where the freshman housing building would come someday.
Yes, directly next to it.
So this will give us this is the sophomore housing, and then I guess future would be a freshman housing next door, and then on the other side of the student center would be, it looks like upperclassmen housing.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And where are the sophomores living now?
They're all in the current housing. Any of them are on campus.
So when this is finished and you move, you consolidate up here, then what would you backfill the other with freshmen, or what's the strategy?
Excuse me, the freshmen will stay in the housing that exists right now across Highway 59.
Right. But when you finish this sophomore housing and they vacate wherever they are now, then what's the plan for
We
that?
hope to have increased the enrollment so that we still fill the freshman dorm and the sophomore dorm, then the next dorm, and then the next dorm as we grow. Of course, our goal is 6,000 students in Victoria in the next 10 years. So that's why the housing is stair-stepped here.
That's a great goal. Any other questions?
How many students can be accommodated in the building across 59?
Right now, about 620. And we're at, I think, 97% for this fall. So that's basically full.
That's great. You're familiar with the site and the.
Good place.
Yeah, I like, I think, locating the housing closer to our, main campus where you can walk and stuff, I think would be a.
Yeah, that'll be a great addition when they finish out the full area there as well. They're kind of on Ben Wilson there.
Right. Any other questions?
I'm just curious if Regent Welder's got any comments on the local economy, any fallout from reduced oil prices or?
It's slowed down. I think we, during the building boom, we certainly had a lot of apartment housing constructed in Victoria. Rental rates have come down substantially. So what we were kind of in a housing crisis before that. We still have a shortage of houses in the, $100,000 to $200,000 range, but housing for students with the additional apartments that we've got and the addition of these dorms, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. But we're probably overbuilt a little bit, but we'll fill it in. We'll catch up.
Great, thank you. If there's not any other questions, entertain a motion to approve this item as presented, please.
So moved.
Second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Item E, the approval is required for the University of Houston Clear Lake, University of Houston Downtown, and the University of Houston Victoria Capital Improvements Plan, UH System, is our next item for the committee's consideration. Mr. McShann, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you. You may recall that we provided this at the last meeting for the University of Houston. So this is each of the other campuses' presentations. I've asked each of the presidents to give a brief overview of their CIP plan. So President Staples will be going over Clear Lakes first.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. A little hard to see, but in terms of the Regents that aren't familiar with the property at UH Clear Lake, as you can see, we have 524 acres. Now, not all of that is buildable property because of where it's located, The very short history on that is when Friendswood Development Corporation was developing what was then referred to as Clear Lake City, they wanted a university, and NASA did too, being located as our back fence neighbor. So in essence, the land was donated to the University of Houston because of Friendswood Development. So we owe them a great deal of thanks. So that's just the property. Let's go to the next slide, then the one after. This really just captures what we've partially talked about already. The first two buildings, the STEM and Classroom building at UH Clear Lake and the Health Sciences and Classroom building at the UHCL Pearland campus, both of those came out of this legislative session with what used to be called TRBs, now called simply capital construction funding. Those two items. The next item, freshman housing. Right now at the University of Houston Clear Lake, since 1995, we've had the University Forest Apartments, a public-private partnership. That has 288 beds. That is maxed out, and it has been for the last couple of years. Given our transition to a four-year institution from an upper level, it's very different, as both the UHV and UHCL can testify. So we're looking at housing options for freshmen. Our folks have been up here to UH to look at facilities here and talk about different housing options. So that's why that's on the agenda. The dining facility upgrade, relatively small item, but again, all tied to being a four-year institution rather than simply an upper-level institution. The Recreation and Wellness Center item is an item that we had legislation passed in this session by Senator Taylor and Representative Paul. You have to have the legislation passed. We intend to go to our students this fall for a student referendum because this would be a fee that the students would pay. If that referendum is successful and if the board approves, we would move forward with a recreation and wellness facility that would really be paid for by student fees. And then the other one there, the Bayou Loop Road, is the one that we just talked about with Chairman Wilson with the addition of the STEM building. Let's go to the next one. All right, this is really the last one I'll talk about because, back up. There you go, thank you. In terms of facilities condition assessment, if you go down to the third bullet, facility condition index is really the total maintenance over the replacement cost. Anything less than 5 is good, and good's the best category. Well, you can see UH Clear Lake is at 1.79. What's even more important is the bottom part of that chart. Required maintenance by category, planned maintenance of $5.4 million, deferred maintenance of $370,000, critical deferred maintenance of 0. We have been very diligent, and I give credit to the facility staff and our Vice President for Administration and Finance at UH Clear Lake. Every year we devote a significant amount of money to deferred maintenance. And so we don't have any, as you can see, critical deferred maintenance. So even though we have buildings that are 40 years old, we have very consciously and very consistently kept those buildings up to date, whether it's air conditioning, chillers, whatever it might be. And so we're in a very good situation with what happened in the legislature with the higher education fund being increased by 50%. We see us continuing that trend. So the other part after this, the other slides are just details, but that's the main message. In terms of our facility condition index, we're 1.79. Anything 0 to 5 is considered good, which is the top category. Questions?
Well, you're to be commended on your deferred maintenance. That's a great, it's easy to kick the can down the road and let somebody else figure it out. So
my vice president won't let me kick it down the road.
Good job on that. As far as this budget, the CIP, we're just approving this to be the CIP budget, right? Where the money's coming from is not this committee's problem. That's the next committee's problem, right? Good, okay.
Why do you always point that out? I don't understand.
So we get the fun part. And
okay.
Great. Any other questions for him as far as? Could you go back to the map real quick? Where is the master plan aerial? Yeah, right there. Where is the STEM building we just approved? Where is that on this?
STEM
new
building.
project?
This is the Bayou building.
Yep.
This is the student services classroom building that was built in 2000, opened in 2004. STEM building would be over here. This is all parking. We have a massive parking lot on the backside of these buildings. That's another
Right.
factor in the location. This is Bay Area Boulevard, Major Artery, Clear Lake, Middlebrook Drive, Space Center Boulevard. This is the University Forest Apartments.
Right.
We have 288 beds. This is our basically computer science, computer engineering, software engineering facility. This is the arts, including our autism center, which you'll hear more about later today.
And then where would the student center that you're planning go?
Go also with this section.
Right.
This is that spine that
Right.
I mentioned in working with the College of Architecture. So from the Bayou building this way.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented, please?
So moved.
Second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carries. Our last two action items.
Excuse me, sir. Downtown in Victoria also have to be approved.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Or we just do them all in one go?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Thank you. With our capital improvement plan, actually, if you'll go to the last slide in that area, which is the overview, and it's the master plan drawing, which you have seen before. Some of this will change, of course. UHD is restrained and contained in terms of the property that we own. And around us, a lot of development is taking place. For example, the post office recently sold. There's land north of us that is sold. So we're in the process of, we got through the legislative session with the TRB or the construction bonding process, money to build a science and technology building. The legislature increased funding for HEAF, and which will take place in 2017, and that's very important for public universities. What we're going to be doing is talking a little bit about both the acquisition of land, renovation of existing buildings, and the construction of the College of Science and Technology building. On what you see as number 2 on there is the proposed location for the Science and Technology building. We're also talking about down the road building a wellness center, doing some other construction. Let's go back to the first slide. Actually, one more back. Sorry. These, as you go through, when we think of one main building, you think of that as an old building, but they were actually the academic building, which is about 20 years old. So we will have renovation that needs to be done in the one main building and in the academic building, particularly in the envelope, the shelling, some of the areas around air conditioning, lots of roof work that has to be done. In terms of our total planned and deferred maintenance, you can see that number there is what is about $5.9 million. The FCIN, which is the Facility Condition Index number, as you heard from President Staples, if it's below 5%, that's a good number. We're at 2.5. So relatively, for other universities throughout the country, we're very fortunate because of the HEAF funding. That allows for Texas universities to keep renovation and projects up to date. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, again, that shows the Facility Condition Index. Next one. The capital improvement. As you can see on the land acquisition, we're talking here several pieces of land that we've identified in the master plan that we would be working with Central and with the Real Estate Office and with Donna in terms of looking at, over a period of time, acquiring different pieces of land for growth of the university. The Science and Technology Building, it's 105,000 square feet, $67 million in total cost. The Northside Utility Plant, renovation project be $1 million. In terms of the rehabilitation and repair of one main, that's 3.375. And you can go down in terms of seeing, we do have a warehouse which eventually will tear down, and that's 200,000. Go to the next slide. In this is proposed construction. We will have, and we hope to have a new, after the construction of the College of Science and Technology, high priority is a student parking lot and a parking garage. Expansion of the Wellness Center, which was originally established when we had 5,000 students. We have 14,500 students now. We've long ago outgrown that gym. And rather than put more money into renovation, it's really time for a new one. Student Center, same thing. We've made some renovations in the one main building, but eventually we'll need a new student center. So those are all on our master plan. And then the rehabilitation of the existing Student Life Center and the repairs to our Daly Street lot. Are there any questions? Similarly to what President Staples was talking about, as we go forward with the Wellness Center, Student Union Center, we will have student referendum. We've had polls and surveys before, and the students have, these are the three projects which are the highest priorities: student parking, student life center, and a student union. Any questions?
Can we go to the map to the next slide and just kind of point
Certainly,
where these are located on the?
Yes. Now, as you'll know from the last time I visited, there have been changes. We do know that the TxDOT is going to be bringing the freeway as they tear down the 45, the 10, the 59. It'll be rerouted through part of that land, and we are working with TxDOT and with the systems office in terms of negotiating the land purchase and hopefully down the road some land swap. By the way, that when TxDOT does tear down the 10 and reroute the 59 and 45, that'll be contiguous land to the university, and so that's important for us in terms of our master plan.
Great. Any other questions by anybody? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll keep you informed about the progress on
Yeah.
with the Science and Technology Building and the land. Thank you.
Next, University of Houston, Victoria. Lisa?
Thanks. Next slide. This is just the overall methodology that we proceed with as we develop our capital improvement plan. Next slide. An overview of the campus, if you will. This area is currently our campus. Right in here is the center building. Right behind it is the west building. We have a new building that's not on this picture. This is an older aerial photo that is right in this area. The housing that we've talked about that's across 59 is back over here. We have a shuttle service that brings the students into the campus from that Highway 59 area. This is the area where we were talking about the new housing and the new student center. If you go to the next slide. And that's the same slide that you saw a moment ago. Here's the 380-bed residence hall that you talked about. The first step with the residence hall will be surface parking in this area. That'll be a temporary parking. As we move to the next residence hall, we'll plan one of the high-rise parking areas with that. We'll talk a little bit later about this main street that's Ben Wilson through town and what's happening to that in another presentation in a few moments. Next slide. These are our facilities condition assessment. We have what we identified in 14, what we've addressed in 15 in this column, and what is remaining to be addressed. Obviously, the critical life safety is the one that's of most importance to us. The next item. Here is the scheduled expenditures for 2016, primarily from HEAF funds and other sources. The next slide. And this is our capital improvement plan. University North is the new building. We've completed 2 floors of that building and are moving in as we speak now. Classes will begin there next Monday. We have a 3rd floor on that building and finishing that out. We, like the other institutions, received about a $60 million capital construction bond appropriation. The classroom office administration building, our STEM building, if you will, science and mathematics and technology, is $30 million of that money. $4 million of that is there. We have a Learning Commons, which is the new name for a library, if you will, that we want to put adjacent to that student center you saw in the previous slide. And then we need to we have no resources at this point for athletic facilities. Athletic facilities will be important overall in our growth to a destination campus of 6,000 students. The University Center, the students have voted. We have 2 apartments down here that the University of Houston system helped us acquire a couple of years ago. Those will be demolished, and they sit where the housing plan is. Those have to go before the housing can start up. Demolition schedule for this October, November. Next slide. These are the non-E&G projects that we need to look at. The student housing, as we've talked about, the student center, the 2nd and 3rd student housing complex, athletic facilities, and then these are renovations in the existing residence halls. Next slide. I think that's the overall capital improvement plan, but that's over the next several years. Any questions?
How many units are in the project you're tearing down, the old apartments? Do you know how many apartment units we're tearing down?
I don't know. They were about 40 years old. There's 2 separate units.
I know they were old buildings, but I would think that would help in the overall.
They were looked at pretty carefully about whether or not they could be renovated.
Yeah, I know we looked at renovating them, and it just cost prohibitive. So
yeah, exactly. We did let the fire department use them for some training. They had a training session. They went in there and pretended a fireman was trapped in an apartment room, and because we were fixing to demolish it, they could teach them how to get out if the doorway was blocked. So they walked through some walls.
That seems like fun. Maybe we can all go down there and kick doors down all day.
Also, I think the police department used it for some SWAT training. We did that this past year. So we got some use out of them now that they're coming down.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve all 3 of these CIP.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second? All's in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our last 2 action items will be presented today. Action item F, approval is requested for the appointment of committee members and appointment of terms for the System-Wide Art Acquisition Committee, known as SWAC, UH System. And item G, the approval of amended System-Wide Art Acquisition Committee Procedures Manual, UH System. Mr. McShann, please.
Thank you. as you're all aware, I'm sure the new capital projects, 1% of the budget is used to add art to the facility. The SWAC committee mission is to select and acquire a notable collection to complement and reinforce campus buildings to benefit the University of Houston system and the community at large. We currently have 3 vacancies on the committee and are recommending the 3 people, as you see on the board or in your documentation, to replace those. Toby Camps, the curator of the modern and contemporary art of the Mental Collection. Kim Davenport, curator of Rice Gallery. Michael Wellen, assistant curator of Latin American and Latino art, Museum of Fine Arts, Houston. Any questions?
You might mention, I guess, representation on that board from other art-related institutions.
Okay.
Yeah. It's pretty impressive.
Sure.
Group.
We've had a great representation from the art museums here in town. Going off of the board, this term we have Allison DeLima Green from the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. We had Michelle White also from the Mental Collection, a colleague of Mr. Camps. And we also had Valerie Castle-Oliver from the Contemporary Art Museum. So we have quite a participation from the community. We also, rotating off the board this term is Melissa Edwards, who was representing the community. So we have great community and art participation in the community here in Houston, and they're all very excited and engaged, and to be selecting art for our campus buildings, and with a collection of more than 400 works of art, and the first university in Texas to have a % for art program that started back in the 1960s. It is quite amazing. And we have wonderful works from Nathan Carter at Cougar Place, Kendall Buster at Health and Biomedical 1, our own Aaron Pirazette, who is on faculty here at the University of Houston, has 2 murals in the new Student Center. So we just have an amazing collection of artwork that is just well appreciated by all the students and the art community here in town.
So aren't we one of the largest collections?
We are certainly one of the largest collections here in Texas, and Michael Guidry, the curator of our collection, is here. Michael, did you want to come answer any questions about the collection? But it is quite large and quite significant.
Hello, everybody. Yes, it actually is one of the largest university public art collections in the country, in fact.
So state that one more time.
State
that one more time.
It's one of the largest university public art collections in the country.
So it's impressive to have 400 works of art in our system. There's a website they're talking about publishing some information on that to get more participation by the students and stuff to kind of visualize and
Yes.
go see everything.
And we're actually on the verge of launching a public art app so that anybody who comes to campus can download the app from anywhere, and as they roam around campus, they can be guided to different pieces in the collection, and there'll be information about the artist and about the piece, and it will geolocate you as you go around and help. You can create tours on it. It'll be kind of an amazing
Well, as soon as that's ready, if you would
people.
load it on all the Regents' phones next meeting
Will do.
and explain to us how to use it, that would be wonderful. So that's great work. What's interesting about the committee is that there is a buy-in from the overall Houston art community into the process, and so it really exposes the University of Houston and our collection and our efforts to the overall arts community in the city, which is very important from a recognition standpoint. As to the yes.
Do we know how many people come to see our art collection every month or every year? Do we have some numbers on that?
No, we don't. That's kind of a hard thing to track. We were hoping to be able to do that with the app, but I don't think we're going to be able to do it on this go round. But we might be able to do that. But I know I work with the Blaffer Art Museum, who organizes tours of the public art collection, so we do get numbers from that as well.
Yeah, but this is art inside, outside, all in Victoria and in Clear Lake. I mean, it's all over, so it'd be hard to, maybe with this app. Yeah. Very good, thank you very much. Any other questions regarding, so with regard to the, so, you know, one thing is this, the proposal on the, you know, we do get 1% of new construction, you know, is where this funds come from, and then the art committee, you know, kind of decides where to place it, you know, in the various system campuses. Any other questions? If not, entertain a motion to approve this item, please.
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I would now like to make a motion to place all 6 action items on the board consent docket agenda for the final board approval. Do I hear a motion, please?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The following 6 action items unanimously approved by the committee will be placed on the board consent docket agenda for final board approval at the board meeting held later today, August 20th, 2015. They are as follows. Approval is requested to increase the program for the new Health and Biomedical Sciences Building 2 at the University of Houston. And number 2, approval is requested for the site and program for a new Science, Technology, Engineering, Math building at the University of Houston Clear Lake, UH Clear Lake. Number 3, approval is requested for the site and program for a new sophomore housing building at the University of Houston Victoria, UH Victoria. Number 4, approval is requested for the University of Houston Clear Lake, University of Houston Downtown, and University of Houston Victoria capital improvement plans, UH System. And number 5, approval is requested for the appointment of committee members and appointment of terms for system-wide Art Acquisition Committee, SWAC, UH System, and approval of the amended system-wide Art Acquisition Committee Procedures Manual, UH System. This concludes the presentations and consideration of the action items being presented today before the committee.
We didn't get to the 6th one.
Yeah, there's one more. I know you're ready to get done.
We didn't get, well, I'll tell you what.
I didn't want to interrupt that roll.
Thank you for stopping me. Right, so go ahead and present.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 changes to that policy. One is to add additional committee members, and one is to add a 0.5%, 0.5% art tap for any renovation project over $5 million. And I would like to point out that on the agenda cover sheet, it says 0.05%, when in fact that should be 0.5%, and that is what's reflected in the redlined policy in the back. And then the members to be added would be 1 artist, 1 student from a component university, an additional community representative, and making the Vice Chancellor for University of Massillon a permanent member of the committee. Any questions?
So this is, you know, right now we get 1% of new construction, and so this is a 0.5% of renovation work above a certain level, and, you know, which is probably what we're going to be looking at a lot in the future, and so this just adds a smaller component in connection with, because a lot of our buildings that we've determined we're keeping, it's going to cost a lot of money to put those back in service and renovate them, and so they, I think, this would generate some revenue for art as part of that component as well. So I think it's a good move going forward.
Absolutely.
So with regard to item 6, any other questions? If not, entertain a motion.
So moved,
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So now all 6 items as represented, as read and represented before, the motion to put those on the consent docket agenda, please.
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Motion carries. This concludes the presentations and consideration of action being presented before the committee. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held. Does anyone have any further questions? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. And since we're on a roll, we'll just roll right into the next committee meeting.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I call to order the Finance Administration Committee meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. We have 9 action items listed on your agenda today for the committee's consideration and approval. After the action items have been presented, I will then ask if anyone has further questions, and if appropriate, call for a vote. Once the presentations have concluded, I'll then seek a motion to place the approved action items on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting that will be held later today, August 20th, 2015. The first item the committee will consider is item B, approval of the University of System fiscal year 2016 financial plan and budget, UH System. And I think in an effort to save a little time, as we still have a lot of ground to cover, that we won't ask the different presidents to present but we will bring them forward if there is a specific question on any item. Mr. McShann, will you please present or introduce this item?
Thank you very much. Just brief, falling back on the budget development, we're all waiting on the legislative results to be able to move forward and complete the budget, and it turned out to be outstanding legislative results. Our appropriation system-wide increased by $19.4 million from 2015 to 2016. We got the $362 million of TRB authority, or construction bonds, which is outstanding. As was pointed out earlier, the HEAP will increase by 50% in the second year. That's very significant in everyone being able to address their deferred maintenance issues. We're able to give faculty and staff increases at all campuses, which once again is very important. We've worked hard to do that in the past, and if you can't do it for a few years, you basically lose all the ground you've made in the process. And as you probably recall, we're in the second year of a 2-year tuition and fee plan that was approved for this fiscal year and this upcoming fiscal year last year. The next slide is just a brief, again, this is not meant to be a criticism of the legislature, just to give you an idea of the real dollars in terms, while the, again, we had outstanding money, but if you compare the value of a dollar from 2000, FY 2000 was $54.44 per semester credit hour versus the $55.39 per semester credit hour. It's really only about $39 compared to $54, just due to the value of money over that time. Let's move on to the next one, please. And here, this is just the pie charts that show where the money is used, where it's focused. The blue is good. Student access and success is what we're primarily here for in our basic mission. And as you can see, most of the money is in the blue. There has been a slight shift in percentage between student access and success and national competitiveness. That doesn't mean anything's decreased in student access and success. It's actually gone up almost $80 million between the 2 years. It's just that there's been a larger plunge, a lot to do with the state putting more money into the new NRUF, new research-based funding that's out there. So we're still at 66% student access and 13% national competitiveness of all our money, which is 81% of the dollars we have are going to our core missions. Next page, please. This is the campus-wide capital construction budget for FY 2016. And to emphasize, this isn't the value of the projects overall. This is the amount that's expected to be spent on them during 2016. And that's $188 million overall, which is very impressive. Next page, please.
And you said on that previous slide, the U of H downtown, go over again what the north of downtown campus number represents.
That's the land acquisition, unless I'm mistaken, for where their new building would go. Okay. We're working on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And I've got to point out, having not been here for 7 years, this is a very impressive budget, what you guys have. This institution is in amazing shape, and y'all should all congratulate your legislatures, yourselves, for doing an amazing job for what this system is now. To put in perspective, about 7 years ago, I presented a budget to you for the upcoming FY 2017 budget, and it's about 60% higher. I mean, to go from $900 million to $1.5 billion is quite an accomplishment. I mean, it took, what, 70 years to get to the, no, probably about 80 years to get up to the $900 million mark, and you're at 1.5 7 years later. So congratulations to y'all, and feel good about your system and y'all's accomplishments. So this is the changes from 2015 to 2016. The state appropriations, once again, we did well there. That's pretty much based on the increase in SCH and additional funding for the TRBs. The research funding, which is primarily at the state level, that's HEAP and basically, what's the other? NRUF, yes, thank you, are the two primary sources of funds there. And that's pretty much state level. They changed the terminology and some of the rules regarding about $10 million of it at the state, but other than that, it's really the same thing. Tuition and fees, the increase is I think, what is it, 2% increase in fees, but then it's also continued growth that is the lifeblood for the institution to be able to keep improving.
Didn't you tell me that we've got approximately 3% undergraduate enrollment growth year over year?
I think we're right about that. The president keeps up with that.
The total for the system is 2.1%. For University of Houston, here main campus is 3.1%.
And that's while raising academic standards as well.
Yes.
Exactly. The other operating, that's primarily going to be the auxiliary enterprises. And again, the more students, the more growth, then you're going to have more activities to support faculty, staff, and students. Contracts and grants have stayed fairly level, maybe about $18 million from 15 to 16. And then the endowment is up about $5 million from last year, with a total of $1.5 billion budget for FY16 system-wide. The next page is just, once again, the allocation of those funds and how they're doing. Once again, we're going up about $83 million in student access and success. National competitiveness going up about $40 million. I will point out that within that national competitives number, there is some increase in faculty, which I would argue is also part of a student access and success. So we're not declining there, just beefing them both up, and which is outstanding. Infrastructure and administration increase of about $20 million, and then community advancement is about $1 million up. So for a total of, again, $1.5 million of expenditures. This next slide, which is very easy to see if you're looking at the board, shows the breakdown by what is called the expenditure, the NACUBO expenditure functions. And they're the common categories that are used all across the country in higher education. There's the primary changes are in your increased tenure and non-tenure faculty, staff. A lot of that has to do with the increased hiring of faculty and then the salary increases for all of those groups, personnel. Okay. Anybody have any questions on the system-wide budget before I move to the individual campuses?
Yes, sir.
I know some of the comparative data is based on the 2015 budget. How do you think you're going to come out comparing 2015 actual estimate to budget? Are you going to be pretty close to what we see in the budget?
The revenues are going to exceed what's in the budget. Okay. And the expenditures better be less than what they were in the budget. Okay. That's what it was the last time I looked, and nothing will change that.
So we don't have a year-to-date as part of this discussion today, though?
I'm sorry?
We don't have a year-to-date today?
In here? No, no, so we don't. We can provide one if y'all would like it. Well, actually, we can wait a week and give you a fiscal year total.
It sounds like we're going to be close, so it's a reasonable basis to look at 2016.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
So if we have on this slide, accomplishments from every campus, because or every university, I asked presidents to put there.
But we will be, as soon as we close this year, you will be looking in depth about the entire performance on progress cards. So in the interest of time, I just thought instead of going through the accomplishments, we'll just go to the budget straight, if that's okay.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
But they are part of your presentations, if, in case you like to review them.
Okay, if we could move to the, this slide was just to let you guys know we're trying to do things to save money, and some of these things we've been doing for years, some recently, but just individual things, you know, the outsourcing the dining, custodial, bookstore, vending, all of those things are, again, we've been doing some of them a few years and some of them as long as 20 years. So the savings have been going. It's not something new, but it's there. And then the 4.9 would be savings primarily from the current year. Okay, once again, we got the percentages are going to be very similar on U of H to the system-wide total just due to the sheer size of U of H. As opposed to spending a lot of time on the pies, I'm going to go straight to the numbers, which would be the next chart. Okay, here again, University of Houston is going from $175 million to $189 million in state appropriations, and that will always be SCH growth for the most part. I mean, yeah. And again, so these are the same things we just talked about a minute ago, only in this case, they're the UH piece of them is what we're getting to now. So the HEAF and the NRUF have not gone up significantly, very level actually. The tuition and fees, again, that's going to be as a result of the 2% increase and the enrollment growth for the $30 million increase there. The other operating, that's the growth in auxiliary services is the biggest thing that's within that area. Contracts and grants are up $17 million, almost about 10%. Endowment, income, and gifts are up about $5 million, another 10%. So these are all very good growth items to work with. On the expenditure side, again, the student access and success is going up approximately $50 million. National competitiveness, about $40 million. Infrastructure and administration, $12 million, and community advancement, about $1 million. And again, there's some increase in faculty salaries that are going to benefit student access and success that are categorized in the national competitiveness. But we couldn't double count them. So.
Can I just point out in terms of number 3, which is infrastructure and administration, that increase, we are putting money in safety on campus just because getting prepared now for next year's as well, our concealed carry, and they are just whatever the recommendations are from the Blue Ribbon Task Force then, and each year we look at our security, so we're putting significant amount of money.
Yes, in addition to more bodies, we're also putting some money into the vehicles. Apparently their newest vehicles are the 2010, which is probably about the end of a lifespan, so there's many much older than that, so we're starting a process to recycle those, not literally recycle them, but a cycle by which we replace them. Okay, next slide, please. And again, this is the breakdown by expenditure function. The increases are again in faculty, non-tenure faculty, exempt and non-exempt staffed. There's a nice $8 million increase in scholarships and fellowships, which is always excellent. So, and again, this budget was about $700 million the last time I did this, so it's about 60% up itself. We were excited at that point when we were getting close to $1 billion for the system, and now we're over $1 billion for the University of Houston, so that's
Before
amazing.
we move forward with the other campus budgets, I think it might be interesting to get a comment on where we are as far as debt coverage ratios. Just
Yeah,
so
let
the board
Brandon
has
answer that for you.
Yeah, so when we went through a rating review with Moody's last year, actually,
they highlighted as one of their positives, if you will, for the system, that we were covering our debt service at about 2 to 1, which is healthy. And as you know, with the new capital construction bond authorization and the upcoming bond issuances that we will be doing, although that debt service gets included in that calculation, so too does the revenue get counted. So it's a 1 to 1. So all things being equal, the TRBs won't affect that coverage.
Okay. So our bond rating is in good shape?
Yes,
We're
in fact, yes, and
great
in fact, we're going to be having a due diligence meeting with Standard & Poor's in mid-September to kind of just go through the process to reaffirm. Okay. That's our expectation.
And I'll agree with that. Also, from the pure financial health of looking at the financial statements of the university, coupled with this amazing growth, the rating agencies will be tickled to death. So,
I just want to remind you that Jim keeps on comparing every single time, and that is simply because Jim was here for maybe a few months after I got here, so that's been almost 8 years now.
Yeah.
And then Jim just went across the street, and he has been working at TSU. He retired from TSU, and at the same time, we had a need in the temporary basis, so on a temporary basis, and Jim was kind enough to come. So for him, it's like everything what he saw at that time, he can easily pick it up, but also always compare. So I hear a lot of historical notes as well all the time.
And Regent Armour, if I may, just as one additional point to the committee, and the rating agencies, of course, and we'll be meeting with them, as I say, and we'll be talking to them. And one of the big questions they always ask is, what are your future borrowing needs? And when they see these numbers, it always raises their eyebrow, and understandably so. But our job is to demonstrate to them that there is sufficient cash flow underpinning those new debt service from those bonds. And as I said, with the TRBs, it's a 1 to 1, and our responsibility is to bring to you non-TRB, if you will, revenue-backed projects that we have vetted and believe will be self-supported so as not to erode that debt coverage.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Let's moving along.
thank you. Well, you're remiss not to point out one thing. This isn't turning into a love fest, but this time of accomplishment has been under Dr. Couture's lead. So,
duly noted.
Duly noted.
Okay, Clear Lake. Once again, take a few minutes to read these accomplishments because a lot of good things are going on. So, but moving on into Clear Lake's numbers. Again, I'm not a big pie person, so I'm going to move to the other numbers if that's okay. Okay, so University of Clear Lake, their state appropriations went up by 6%. I mean, by $6 million, far more than 6%. Looks like about 20%. The heap again stays level in this from one year to the next, but next year you'll see a 50% increase in that amount. Tuition and fees, I'm not aware of what their rate increase was for this year, but again, they're at their highest enrollment ever, so they're going through a significant growth period as well. Other operating, since once they don't have that many large auxiliary operations on either of their locations, so their operating income is going to be lower. Their contracts and grants are up by about $600,000, and their endowments and gifts are down by about $400,000. And I'm not sure, but I would also venture to say that this is probably the healthiest amount of new funding that Clear Lake has had in the 30 years of my experience. Dr. Staples is shaking his head, yes, so that's true. So it's been a very good year for the campuses. On Clear Lake's expenditure budget, as you can see, $97 million out of 130 going into student access and success is outstanding. National competitiveness at $4.6 million. The infrastructure administration is going up about $6 million. And community advancement staying level for a total of $131 million of sources and uses. And then we'll look back at their more detail of the expenditures and consistent with the system-wide as well as the University of Houston campus. The funding is going into the faculty for the most part, and then also the increase for the exempt staff and non-exempt staff. I think in most cases, the faculty is going up due to the increase in money, increase in salary, as well as an increase in faculty members. Whereas in most cases, you'll see a smaller increase in the staff because that's purely the, whatever the particular merit or equity pool was. Any questions?
Any questions before we move to UH downtown?
Okay. Okay, downtown again. There's their accomplishments, the pies, and moving on. And again, and I think I can say for downtown as well, they have more new money this year than they've probably ever had in 1 year due to their enrollment growth as well. So it's been a very, very fruitful year. State appropriations are up $4 million, and as we know, again, they didn't increase the value of SCH, so that's just purely an increase in SCH. The HEAP is level this year. Tuition and fees is up about $9 million, which is a very nice percentage with growth and a small increase from what I understand. Other operating will once again reflect the amount of students and particular activities and on-campus students you have. And so Clear Lake, I mean, downtown has very few, so it's a smaller number. Contracts and grants is fairly level, as endowment and gifts are down about $800,000. On the uses side, again, so they're putting an additional $10 million into student access and success from $126 million to $136 million. National competitiveness is dropping by about $1.6 million. The infrastructure and administration is going up about $3 million, and the community advancement is increasing by about $900,000 for their total budget of $173 million of sources and uses. And just so I keep sounding the same, yes, once again, their increase in expenditures you're going to find is in the faculty positions and faculty salaries and in staff funding as well. And of course, there's always, which I haven't pointed out, the bottom line, number 10, the benefits is going to be about a 30% increase of whatever the salary increase is. So you'll see that number go up as well. And their scholarships are going up about $1.5 million. Are there any questions on UH Downtown?
No questions.
So again, the accomplishments are there for Victoria. And of course, Victoria, with going through the transition from the activities at Sugar Land to their other activities, there's been a leveling or decrease in enrollment. I don't know if there's an actual decrease, but a loss of students there, so they won't have the same significant increases that you've seen on each of the other 3 campuses, but I think they've got an excellent plan to recover from that and move forward. So state appropriations went up about $700,000. HEAP, again, just remains the same. Tuition and fees, which would be a reflection of the decrease in enrollment, is down by about $1.7 million. Other operating's down, correspond to the decrease in students as well. Contracts and grants is up by $1.2 million, and the endowment gifts are down by $400,000. Total sources budget of 61.4. And of that 61.4, $52 million is devoted to student access and success, $200,000 to national competitiveness. Infrastructure administration costs are going down by $700,000. I would assume that may have to do with the lack of cost at Sugar Land, some infrastructure costs y'all had there that aren't there now. And then the community advancements, fairly level from $600,000 to $700,000. Overall, their budget's decreasing by $800,000, but I would note that they've managed to reallocate, make reductions to have new money to be able to fund raises and to still address other priorities. So their total budget, sources and uses, is 61.4 sources and 61.4 uses.
Any questions?
And again, it's
Yes, sir. Regent Agarwal.
Some questions about adjunct expenses as compared to tenure track faculty expenses. Somehow the percentages are very high for the main campus, and percentages for other campuses are much lower. In fact, main campus is 5.5%. It is adjunct compared to tenure track. And Clear Lake is 11%, downtown is 17%. And I was wondering, is there a benefit to have more adjunct or fewer adjunct? Percentage-wise, there is enormous variation from 5% at the main campus to 17% at Victoria.
I can address that. Always on, well, having adjuncts, it depends where you are located. Being located in such a rich place like Houston, where you have so much of expertise, really is a good thing for us to bring those people to the classroom. And generally, you will find in metropolitan universities, they always take advantage of having people come in and teach one course. Now, why do we have such a difference between one campus and the research campus? It's always like that because research campus would always employ a lot of faculty who are research specific. So the number drops. If we remove all of the research faculty, the chances are everything becomes quite equal then.
I see. But I also see a lot of variation between Victoria, Clear Lake, and downtown, ranging from 10% to 18%. Should we increase more adjunct to lower our cost, or should we hire more tenure track faculty member to give better quality education, if that is true? I don't know.
We always like to have more tenure track faculty. Sometimes it's a function of faster growth on a campus. Sometimes it's a function of budget, for sure. I mean, our UH Downtown's budget is one of the lowest per student basis in the state of Texas. So sometimes it is a function of that, and sometimes it is simply a function of what your distribution of disciplines is. If you are more into programs like business administration is strong, or your criminal justice program is strong, chances are those places will have a lot more adjuncts versus in liberal arts type of departments. So it all depends on some of that, but I just want to give you a comfort in the sense that we always have SACS accreditation visits, every 10 years, but also every 5 years for looking at every discipline's accreditation visits, and this is one item they look very seriously and very thoroughly. So if we are either not using adjuncts in a proper way, or if we are too much reliant on adjuncts, they always point out, and they always want us to adjust it before they can accredit us.
Well, you may want to give guidance to the other presidents. Should they increase the adjuncts, number of percentage of adjuncts, or decrease? Maybe we should have a guideline. 10% is a good number. Victoria has 17%. That's pretty high. You can look at that, maybe.
Thank you, Regent Agarwal. Want to move through the system administration budget?
We can do this really quick if you like to. Basically, the system administration is pretty flat. It is primarily just the budget for those functions that are purely system and probably the executive officers. So you have general counsel, government relations, the regents' office expenses, and auditings. And the budget is basically flat from one year to the other. I can go through more detail if y'all want to, but that.
Are there any other? Regent Welder? No? Any questions on any of the budgets? If there are no additional questions, may I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Welder. Second?
Second.
Thanks, Regent Taft. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved by the committee and will be placed on the board agenda for further discussion later today. In the essence of time, I'll ask Mr. McShann to present the next 5 action items which deal with delegating authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute various construction contracts and the sale or lease of land. After these 5 action items have been presented, I will then ask if anyone has any further questions and, if appropriate, call for a vote. Once the presentations have concluded, I will then seek a motion to place the approved action items on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the Board of Regents meeting that will be held later today, August 20th, 2015. The next 5 action items to be addressed by Mr. McShann are as follows. Item C, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of the new Health and Biomedical Sciences Building 2 at the University of Houston. Item D, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction for the upgrade to the Cougar substation at the University of Houston. Item E, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of a new science, technology, engineering, and mathematics building at the University of Houston Clear Lake. And item F, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of residential housing at the University of Houston Victoria. Lastly, item G, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the sale or lease of land. UH system. Mr. McShann, will you please introduce?
Thank you. 3 of those 4 are the items that you approved earlier in the Facilities Committee for the projects, the TRB project. No, 2 of them are TRB projects, the other one's Victoria. I will go through those, but just to remind you that we've gone through them, and these are just the financial approval as far as delegating the authority to approve the contracts. That first item would be the new Health and Biomedical Sciences Building 2 here at the University of Houston. The previously, the $75.8 million of authority had been granted to the chancellor for the project. We're asking for the additional $70.8 million of authority for contract execution that it goes along with the funding for the completion of the building. Again, any additional questions on that facility?
What page are we on, Mr. McShann?
197, I believe.
There you go.
So we're basically approving the delta from the heap and the construction?
Correct. Yes, sir. Originally, when the core and shell were approved, it was at $75.8 million with, again, the hope of getting the TRBs to be able to complete the building. And this, now that we have them, we're asking for your authority to complete the building.
When we discussed this earlier, did you tell me there was an IP component to the revenue side?
Yes.
And how much was that?
It's approximately.
What page was that? 197.
It's a part of the 37, if we can go down a little ways. It's about 25 of that $37 million.
Okay, so it's a substantial.
Significant amount, yes.
Okay.
Because as you know, the facility will have primarily pharmacy within it, but also external serving clinics, and then research is involved with parts of it.
Okay. Any more questions on this item? Next item, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction for the upgrade of the Cougar substation at the University of Houston. This is a $24 million project that was brought to you for approval back in February of 2002 for the project itself. Again, it's to strengthen our utility infrastructure. It will not only help us address the current buildings, but will prepare us for additional buildings that will be going up as we go forward, such as the new Health and Bioscience building.
Okay.
This is funded completely from HEAF, full $24 million.
Okay.
The budget for that has been previously approved, so it's really just, again, granting the authority of the chancellor to sign the necessary contracts, execute the necessary contracts to go forward with the project.
Okay. Any questions on this item?
Who's the vendor?
Did we select? Where's Emily? Emily, excuse me. Have we selected a vendor? Okay, we're ahead of the selection process right now.
Okay, thank you.
You can switch to one more slide down, please. You can see where the actual location of it will be. Down here in the corner. Yes, it's right next to the Energy Research Park.
Okay. No, if there are no questions?
Yeah, I have one. So, just in general, so on each of these projects, we approve the budget. You'll go out for a procurement.
Yes.
Go through a selection process, come back to the board with a final contract to that vendor or not?
Doesn't this authorize the chancellor to approve those contracts?
This is approving the budget as well as any contract that exceeds $1 million. And it's provided in here. If you go back one slide, please. I'm sorry, go forward one slide. Go forward.
So once this goes through the solicitation process, the board will not be asked to approve the contract for the vendor that's selected as the best value or whatever the procurement is. For the
That's correct.
itself.
Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I
this is
mean, yeah, they'll go through the procurement method, the process, and of course then I think Don Guyton and his staff go through and audit it and make sure it was appropriate. But this is asking for both approval of the financing of the project and any contract that would exceed $1 million.
And is this consistent with the way we've handled these in the past?
Yes. The difference is now we are actually highlighting any of the contracts themselves that would exceed $1 million in accordance with what will be the new law effective September 1st, SB 20, as Donna has mentioned earlier.
Right.
So in the past, we would have brought forward any contract greater than $10 million, or excuse me, any project, construction project greater than $10 million.
Correct.
And included in there was the authorization delegated to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to, Donna, is that protocol that is in place now, is that going to change effective September 1st? Do we need to change our policies so that, and I don't know, I haven't analyzed the new law, whether we can prospectively delegate that authority or if it is our obligation of the law to only approve the contracts after they've been presented to us over that value.
Make sure I understand the question. So if we have a $6 million contract for part of this Cougar substation,
Right.
does that or does that not have to come back to you guys for approval, I think? Is that the question?
Right. Can we just, it sounds like what we're being asked to do is give the chancellor kind of.
Previously, that might have been up to 10 million, but now I think it will come back in the contract approval process, correct?
For 1 million, yes.
Okay, so any contract over 1 million now
Has to
will
come
come
to
back to you due to the change coming forward. We actually have some coming forward you to now that we expect to execute.
So logistically, the chancellor negotiates, does some type of term sheet, but then the final approval comes back to us before that contract can go forward and before the university is obligated anything under the contract?
Are we talking about for amendments to the original contract?
No, we're talking about, okay, we're asking for them to delegate authority for the Cougar substation.
Right.
For the chancellor to execute contracts.
Right.
So if we have a contract that comes in at 1.5 million, will they have to approve it before we can execute it?
No, this would be the same process we have always used, where we bring an item forward, you'll know approximately what the budget is, and then you delegate to the chancellor the authority to execute that particular contract. Now, that process won't change. The denomination of contracts, the dollar amount has changed. So now, if we anticipate anything will be over $1 million, not just in a fiscal year, but over any period of time, that will have to come to the board, and you will approve it. We don't come back to you after we figure out all the details, and the actual contract itself does not come back to the board.
Okay.
And that process is still consistent with state law.
Okay, that was my question. The new law just lowers the threshold from 10 to 1. It doesn't change any of the other, it doesn't add any other additional requirements or obligations on this board as far as?
No. Well, there are some additional things that we have to do and bring forward in terms of oversight over those contracts. So it has increased the oversight of contracts, and we've used the threshold of $1 million. So there will be an additional oversight over those contracts. I've got my head of contracts administration here. He can probably tell you more if you had more specific questions.
But the new law does not envision all institutions having to go back after a vendor's been selected for further board action. That's what.
No.
I think that's what you were looking for.
If that's what you're
Have
asking.
you added any other board responsibility
Right.
above the threshold?
And the way we do things is consistent with every other institution in Texas that I'm aware of.
And you say there's added obligations after the contract's been entered into?
Correct, for monitoring the effectiveness of the contract, and I think Don spoke to that earlier as well.
Got it.
Posting them on the website, all that.
Yep.
Transparency.
We have more obligations to follow up and monitor contracts, and we did, I mean, we still had the obligation, it's just now in state law, so.
So I have just a point of clarification is, in this case for the 18 million or so, it's going to be a competitive bid. Once we give her the full authority, or Chancellor the full authority to go and do, it goes through the complete bid process, someone's awarded it, it goes through all compliance checked and all. What we're doing today is allowing for it to just move forward.
Correct. Correct. That is correct.
Exactly.
If you go back, if you remember the audit report we had on contracts in the book, you noticed a lot of blank columns on those contracts that were listed for just the approval of the committee and no action had taken place. We're going to monitor that whole process to make sure that the institution complies with policies and statutes. And if we have a problem, we'll raise a flag, and that'll be in the next report. You know, those will still stay on that same contract award report where we'll monitor the whole process. What you're doing now is you're giving approval for the institution to go ahead and engage in that process of procurement, you know, to start the process. Otherwise, if we have to wait for them to do that and then come back to you, it's going to slow the whole works down to a standstill.
Fuller understanding. We have a procurement office, we have a contracts office, and then we have auditing overseeing all of those processes on a regular basis. So Mark Izaguirre, who's the head of our contracts office, he is an associate general counsel. He would review the documents as to legal form, and for compliance, you know, we make sure that we have board approval when board approval is required, and all the other statutory requirements. In terms of procurement, that would go through Mike Glisson, which is under Mr. McShan's area. But it's kind of there's a multifaceted process for all of these contracts. And we don't sign off on our contracts unless we have the appropriate authority from the board. So it would never come to the chancellor or to whomever for signature if we don't have the appropriate authority. That's one of the things we look for.
And the only way it would come back to us is if you were over budget or there was some
Yeah, it wouldn't, excuse me.
problem with the process.
Yeah, with respect to the process, for example, with this contract here, if the contract was if the value needed to be increased by 25% or more, it would then have to go back to the board. That's under the new SB 20 statute. So what would happen is, just to give an example, if there's $1 million contract, it would come to the board for approval. So that way it would have to be approved by the board before execution by the university. If over time, over the life of the contract, there was a need to amend the contract to increase its value, if it was a small increase, it would not have to come back before the board. But if it was 25% or more, it would come back before the board. That is a new statutory requirement. So that's something that, it would come back only in that circumstance.
Don't we have a policy on that, Don, with respect to the percentage of a change? I thought
Yes.
our policy
Yes.
is actually
Yes.
lower
Yes.
than the state law. I think it might be 10%.
Yeah, well, with respect to, and we revised the Regents policies and salmon map because of SB 20. So there's going to be there's sort of two items. One is just contracts in general. $1 million contract, if it's increased by over 25%, comes back to the board. Separately, with respect to project budgets, that's 5304. That's if there's an increase in the project budget for construction, demolition. I believe that is 10%. That would come back to the board as a separate item. So you do have that oversight.
Yeah, I understand what the state law is, but as you probably know, the board has the authority to be more restrictive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so the board will determine whether or not they want to raise the policy limit to what the state law is or keep it at 10%, which is what I think it currently is.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I guess administration can propose the board increases it, but that's the board discretion whether to keep it at 10% or raise it to what the state
We
law
haven't changed it.
mandates.
We didn't change that percentage.
No.
No, that is the
Oh, I know.
same.
I thought I heard him to suggest you're going to bring changes to make it consistent with state law.
No, the change that we made was we included in the policy to state that if it's $1 million contract that's going to be revised by 25% or more, then it would go back to the board for that.
That is a new requirement, and that is part of SB 20. And so that is what we added into both the system policy, the campus policy, and of course the board policy, most importantly.
Right, so I agree. I think ours, whatever the legislature, that would be the minimum, and so we need to modify our policy to at least meet that threshold, but that doesn't mean that we would, theirs is just probably suggested minimum standards. We might want to exceed those policy-wise, so that, and how often do we and we're re-looking at the whole letting procedure now, or is that, or you're kind of reviewing that, and so you'll come back to the board with
yes, and actually the board policy that's going to be that is up for vote today at the board level addresses a 25% change. The 10% change, the 10% threshold for the project budget, that was already in board policies, and we're not changing that.
Right.
And salmon map we're changing it also now. Certainly, if the board wants to have a even stricter amount, that's certainly.
I think what I feel is that because we're approving the project, fine, here's the money, we're delegating that to the administration to execute. We just want to make sure that, so we're trusting our own policy on how that execution occurs, and so we just want anything that is suggested to deviate from that or soften it or whatever, we'd want to hear about going forward.
And I would suggest, I guess, to consider whether there's at least some post-contract execution reporting mechanism so that the board is aware of, and I don't recall our policy. I thought maybe we had some sort of regular reporting session where these are the list of contracts.
I think there's a new requirement to do that now,
has entered
right?
into, and these are the costs. So at least once, if this is the phase where the board gives its final say, at some point the board knows how this particular contract was eventually awarded and to whom. Even though, according to what you're saying, the board's given the authority now to go ahead and execute, go through the whole procurement process,
Correct.
choose the vendor, negotiate a contract, and then execute the contract. Is that what I'm understanding? that at least there's some sort of reporting mechanism afterwards so the board is aware of what the results of that process were.
We do that, that's what Don brings back to the board. That's the process.
Just as part of an audit, so it's part of an audit
It
report?
is part of the audit function, and you get a report on that. Yes, yes, sir.
Is that annual?
We do it every quarter.
So there's a quarter report of all the contracts entered into during that period? I don't remember that. Just making sure.
You know, what we did, remember we talked about this in the audit committee, in audit compliance committee, we expanded the scope of contracts. We recently put the $1 million contracts on there, but now they're going to be listed all the way through the process. You know how that's Appendix A or Appendix C in that report? It's an Excel spreadsheet that has all of those little terms that tells you if it's RFP is, or RFQ or RFP is issued, the date, and it's got the approval, then internal audit has reviewed the process. We got a little check mark, and all that. We go through the whole process with all those. In addition, remember you get an annual procurement report that lists all the contracts that have to be reported to you every year. And that's separate and apart. We used to have to go through and analyze, the controller used to analyze the data on contracts, but now they're going to have to keep a contract database, system-wide database on contracts as a result of this recent legislation. So everyone is going to be monitoring contract activity a lot more than they have in the past. And it will be it's a standing report on all of the audit and compliance committees, this contract report.
So our concern about less oversight seems to be unwarranted at this point. If anything, we're going to have more oversight.
You will have more, you absolutely will have more oversight responsibilities as a result of Senate Bill 20.
And
Absolutely.
in fact, just to kind of give a little bit even more specificity than what Don said on that, SB 20 has some frankly, a bit vague language in it talking about enhanced oversight, the enhanced monitoring. They don't really define it very well. We being Office of Contracts Administration, General Counsel, Administration Finance, have defined that to be $1 million contracts. And the statute says it's supposed to start September 1st. So the idea being that going forward, $1 million contracts are going to be kind of set aside for even further monitoring, to make sure that their provisions are being met.
Okay. If there aren't any further questions, I'm going to suggest or there's one more? Sorry, Regent Mendoza.
And this, I guess, goes back to the procurement process. Do we have a lot, like we have a checklist of, did you meet this requirement? Do we have a past performance check on whatever list or the procurement process at the end when we come down to our, whatever it is, best value or best price? Is there a past performance line item on there that we look at their past performance either with someone else or with U of H for any vendor?
I believe they've done that on construction activity, but I think you mentioned in the Audit and Compliance Committee that you wanted to see like a scorecard on the hub. Well, this should be a performance rating on all vendors.
Right, and just overall. I mean, whether they've done business with it or not, whether they're a hub or whether they're a prime or what have you, that would be nice from a past performance standpoint, that if we're getting ready to give them another major contract, that we know their past performance either with us directly or with someone else, because it could be part of the.
Yeah, I think as part of the overall procurement process, if they're going to do something like that, they're going to have to modify their policies and procedures to include that criteria. And if they do use that as an evaluation criteria, that's going to have to be posted in their RFQ or RFP.
So I think we should look into that. I think that's very important to know if the vendor has worked with us before, done a good job or not, whether we're going to continue to give them business at the university.
Right.
So that, I would like that to be something to look into from a past performance standpoint. And then, of course, then all the compliance that you've talked about should help us with some of the other questions that we've had after they're awarded a contract to see what their performance is like.
Well, if it's going to be something.
Belabor this point, but I think that's really important. And what it requires, though, is post-contract performance evaluation. So not at the time they apply the next time, but at the end of each contract, once it's completed,
We do
the
that.
responsible department has some formal rating system to say this vendor performed very well, not so well, and then that would be part of a future evaluation if that vendor were to respond to a future.
We do that with our
request.
major contracts, obviously with construction. We have not done that for goods and services, a $35,000 contract for, bookshelves or whatever. I mean,
Right, I mean, you want to be reasonable, but there's some
Yes,
threshold
absolutely.
where that becomes meaningful.
I mean,
And I think
and-
you guys can come back to the board with where that
agree.
meaningful point is. Maybe it's not 35,000, but whatever that number is.
and I would also say that we do use a lot of the bulk purchasing, which is through others, other co-ops, where we would rely on the co-ops to do some of the past performance monitoring, but it's absolutely something we can look at.
Rather than make this thing so cumbersome, maybe we should just stick with our $1 million oversight, and for contracts that are going to exceed $1 million, that we should make sure that we're getting good service and have some recommendations to whether or not we should continue to do business with a certain vendor.
I mean,
I don't
the
know.
process we have now is probably more of an informal one for these smaller contracts. If we have a vendor that has done something so wrong where, let's say, my lawyers have to get involved in it, that's going to obviously be something we know about, and
Right.
so that's a more informal process. When we do have vendors that fail to perform, and that's something that doesn't go unnoticed and certainly is reported internally, but we don't have, it's not part of our policies.
Well, they're already going to have to modify their procedures for the enhanced monitoring on contracts anyway, and that's what they're in the process of doing, along with a lot of other things they need to do as a result of this recent legislation. There's no reason in this process of modifying policies they cannot include that step in there.
I would propose that the administration study whether or not to have a formal post-contract evaluation process. Set the threshold, whatever you think is reasonable, because if it's not formal, honestly, it's just not going to happen.
Sure.
Because
We
everybody gets
absolutely
busy
can
doing
do
other
that.
things. So I think that's something that the committee can consider in the future if you bring that
So
back.
that includes asking them to look at when someone is bidding for a new process,
Yes.
for it to pass performance to be on.
Right, having a formal post-contract completion evaluation process, so that data is there
For the next time.
for the next
They
time.
need to put that up front in the solicitation documents too, that will be a criteria.
Good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, I have a comment and a
Yes.
question. Could we have avoided the problem that we had with the stadium construction? All these students got uptight. What have we done? Are we doing something in our policy so that that kind of question will not arise, that there is no way to control that? I don't know. The students made representation. We did not follow our own policy. What have we done to stop those kind of things from happening in future?
The issues with the stadium construction were really unrelated to the procurement processes. Obviously, the cost of any major construction over $100 million, there's going to be some variances in that, and now an increase would be coming back to the board more frequently. So I think in some regards, those issues are going to be coming back to you anyway when we have an increase in budget, which in terms of the contract itself, I don't really think that the students' issues related to the size of the budget. It more had to do with the MOU they had with use of the facilities and other things. So, yeah, I think the steps that Dr. Walker and the Chancellor took with regard to the students absolutely addressed all those issues, and I don't think we'll have those issues happen again.
Satisfied those issues aren't going to occur again.
Thank you for explaining.
Any more questions? We'll move on to the next item. That is,
I got lost. Okay. Again, earlier we talked about the site and programming for the steel building at Clear Lake, and this is the financial side of this to delegate the authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of that building. And for your, to remind you, it's a $65.7 million project, 127,000 gross feet, and as was pointed out, it will require putting a short road for access purposes. The timeline would be for construction start in January of 2017, and occupancy would be in August of 2018. Can I answer any questions?
Any questions? Next item.
This is the same approval requested for the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts related to the design and construction of residential housing at the University of Houston, Victoria. This is the 380-bed sophomore and upperclassmen housing facility across the street, across Ben Wilson, directly from the campus, in the beginning of the location of a series of buildings and activities directly across from the university, across Ben Wilson. That again is scheduled for occupancy in August of 2017. There's a pro forma attached if there's interest in that, which will be used for the rating agencies to justify the benefit of the program and its ability to pay for itself. Any questions?
If there are no questions, we'll move to item G.
Approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contract for the sale of leased land. In this particular case, the particular land is located at 5050 Yale Street and is 0.7 acres of land. We would sell it at market rate once we had appraisals done appropriately. The story on this piece of property is that it was donated to the university in 1980. Somehow it had been lost in the university's records, and apparently someone purchased the property as a part of a larger property in which is an apartment complex. So it was purchased by someone in April, and I guess, I don't know, during title search, but it came to their attention it was there. It didn't stop them from purchasing it.
Right.
They completed the purchase. But in the meantime, there has been a playground built on it, so we have liability concerns by having the property and if something should happen there. And there's no real value to us other than the value of the property itself. And Donna may have more questions about how this might happen.
And I think we do, as a board, have some concerns about not knowing what we own. Is there not a way that we could do a title search in at least the greater Houston area to see what properties we may own that we're unaware of?
This is something that happened probably in 1980, and it came about as a result of, I believe, a gift as a part of a will and estate gift. Yeah. And, you know, sometimes those things don't come to our attention, or they're sent to the wrong person. You know, and they languish. I will say that we have a real estate office now that should have a full tally of every single piece of property we own, and this will be one of the tasks as that office gets up and running to make sure that all those things are noted, and we wouldn't have an incident like this. So I don't really know, because it was in 1980. I don't know exactly where the document was sent when the gift was made, and somebody just transferred the property to us, and I don't really know how it could have happened or did happen.
Someone was paying property taxes.
Yeah, we should be able to look at the tax rolls or the
no,
title
we do
search.
not pay. We don't
No, we
pay
weren't. That's
property
why
taxes. We're tax exempt, so yeah.
But it was in our, the proper paperwork had been done. The property was in our name. Who discovered it?
Emily, how did it come up? It was the buyer of the The transfer to the new Canadian company that was purchasing the apartment complex. When that transfer was made about a year, or less than a year ago, they found this as part of the title search.
That's correct, and they alerted our office that occurred during their pre-purchase due diligence. And like Jim said, in the process, they had put a playground on the structure, and they provided us a copy of the deed at that time.
Okay. All right.
Are they offering to purchase it? Is that who's offering to buy it or lease it from us?
Well, we're trying
The
to.
adjacent owner?
Yes, we're trying to get the landowner of the
Right.
apartment complex to buy it from us for fair, we have to do it for fair market value.
Do we have
They have plenty of money, I would imagine, having bought this large complex. It's not a very large tract of land, it's less than half an acre.
It's 0.7.
0.7.
No, we own it. Yeah, well,
Regent Wilson, do you have any idea what the value, I'm sorry.
No, I think today we haven't located exactly where it's at, have we?
Yes,
We
we know
have.
exactly where it is.
We do
Yes, if
now?
we scroll down.
Oh, yeah.
Regent,
It's
Down
not
on the
in a great
exhibit.
part of
Regent Madison.
Oh, I know the area of town, I'm talking about, have we located on the,
Right, so if we scroll down one more towards the end,
It's right on the bayou.
yeah. So it's on the exhibit, there's a parking lot, and so the blue area represents that parking lot, and it follows the fence line kind of all the way around here, just above that parking lot that's adjacent to the apartment complex. There's a street called Arrow Point and Barkwood, and it's at it starts at that cross street. But it's that land just above the parking lot, and it follows a fence line.
Regent Madison.
oh, we couldn't find it the other day, I guess
We were able to have access to the deed, so I looked at the deed that the gentleman provided and followed the fence line around the
Yeah,
Google Earth.
there's no doubt, I don't think we have any use for it. It's a out-tract within, in a, kind of a redevelopment area town, et cetera, but I do want to make sure that, I want to see exactly where that is within the project, because we couldn't find where it was located the other day.
Sure.
Okay, the chair recognizes Regent Madison. She has a question.
Well, if somebody bought it, somebody sold it, I mean, are we looking for the person that thinks they bought it to buy it again from us? Or are we looking from the entity that thinks they sold it to, in fact, compensate us for that property? I mean, how does this work?
It sounds like they purchased a property knowing that we own it or now willing to,
Yeah, I think
to get it clean and clear
during their
now.
due diligence, then they would have bought the apartment project knowing that was a open item.
so they don't think they bought it, is to answer her
They-
question. They don't think they've already paid for it.
To the extent there was a problem, the landowner, the apartment complex owner would have to go back to the person that sold it to them. If there was some misrepresentation, that would not involve us. The issue is not our issue, it's not our legal issue. The only thing we need to do is sell it to the apartment complex who maybe thought they bought it but did not.
But it's still, our standard is fair market value.
Correct.
If you can send me a map with the Google Earth to show
Absolutely.
exactly where it is, because that map looks like that could be.
We can send you that. That's not a problem.
All right. We're running a little behind schedule here. So if there are no further questions, may I have a motion to approve these items as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Taft, second.
Second.
Thank you, Regent Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
These 5 items are hereby approved by the committee. The next 2 items to be considered by the committee deal with annual contracts exceeding $1 million for construction projects and the purchase of goods or services. They are as follows. Item H, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the University of Houston system. And 2, item I, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods and services, excluding construction contracts at the University of Houston. Mr. McShann, will you please introduce?
Thank you. These would be tied to that we talked about just a few minutes ago, HB 20. So these contracts of $1 million that we expected to enter into after September 1st. disappeared from the screen, but there are 4 contracts. One is for U of H Engineering Complex Fire Protection. Oh, there they are. So this is what we've developed to provide these contracts for y'all's review. The detail of each contract is available, but or they may not have been entered into yet. So the component, so the first 3 are U of H contracts. The 4th one would be UH Clear Lake. There's the description of the project and our procurement method, the purpose of the contract, the expected dollar amount, and the source of funding. So the first one is for engineering complex fire protection in the engineering complex in the multi-division MREB building for $2.2 million. HVAC upgrade, fine arts buildings, $2.758 million. ERP surface parking to add 450 parking surface spaces for $1.2 million. And at Clear Lake, the site work for a modular police building of $1.1 million. Again, this is a new process to give them to you all at one time. Right. If you want to ask more specific questions about them, then we do that.
Where's the 450 space parking lot located?
Yes, sir. Where's it going to be?
Yeah.
We have a map of that. Do you know where, are they going to be directly to the back, isn't it? Right where the parking ends now. Yeah. If you're familiar with it, it's, I believe, straight to the back, up against the left-hand side of the property.
Yes, that's correct, over by the tennis courts.
That answer your question. Any further questions on these action items? If not, may I have a motion to approve these items as presented?
50 divided by.
That's 3,000 space.
About 3,000, yeah.
That seems, is that lights and everything? I mean.
What's been the history on them? Come on back, Emily.
Right, I don't know how you're building a parking lot. Is this?
Yeah, garages.
3,000 space.
Yes, my understanding, this is going to be an asphalt parking lot because we want it to be it'll be somewhat permanent to the site. It includes drainage, it includes lights, it includes all the security features, the blue light phones and things like that that we have with our parking lots.
What's the normal cost?
Sure. So I believe normal surface lot spaces are $3,000 per space. So that's about what we typically envision. Structured spaces are about $15,000 a space. So those are the metrics we use when we're putting together our budgets. Of course, as you can see, we're preparing to bid these projects, so the numbers may come in less. That's our hope. But we wanted to be conservative when we're thinking about the budgeted dollars.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
With me?
No? Oh, you're done, aren't you?
I'm done with that item for sure.
Just making sure there were no more questions. Any more questions? If there are none, may I have a motion to approve these items as presented? Regent Taft, second.
Second.
Regent Wilson. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? These two items are hereby approved by the committee. The last item on our agenda for the committee's consideration today is item J, permission to proceed to all digital and HD radio strategy.
I think we missed.
We didn't do I.
Oh, we didn't.
We only got to one of the contract items, not the goods and services.
Yeah.
We didn't do
We
I.
did projects. We didn't do I.
I'm being, okay. Back, please introduce item I.
Okay, thank you. Similar item, only we're doing these under one cover for the goods and services contracts that are either going to be or anticipation could be over $1 million that will be entered into after September the 1st when the new law goes into effect. So there's a similar matrix for each of these, which again lists primarily the same information. And I can walk through them if you'd like for me to, or you can ask particular questions. The first two are the annual Houston Public Media contracts related to the TV and radio stations. Custodial services you're familiar with. This is the new contract, or extension of the contract for athletics for their Nike agreement. And then this is a annual library book service that we purchase. And there are copies of some of the contracts behind them.
Okay. The contract with Nike, that's part of the NCAA? Are we just part of a group?
No, this is individual with the University of Houston.
And does that I'm just thinking merchandise marketing in general, does this?
This is not our marketing contract.
This has nothing, this is not that. So this contract does not have in fine print that we cannot sell other.
Right, this is not our license.
This is purely our uniform, primarily thing, apparel agreement.
Yeah,
So-
all I would request is that we don't limit our ability to
Absolutely.
market other kind of products on campus.
I think it's your opinion, is it not, Jim, that we've actually got a little better deal from
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Nike because of our new head coach?
Yes, we're getting a significant greater allowance of in-kind uniform gifts from Nike over the next period of this contract.
Good for him.
About 1.2 million a year, I believe, if I looked at it correctly, which is pretty much enough to cover our cost for those uniforms annually.
Yeah, it's about triple what they historically had receiving prior to the
Well, he brings the information of what others have been getting.
We actually did some comparison of that.
We
now.
did do that. We did do a full analysis of all the different terms of every contract, that is out there for Nike and Under Armour and Adidas. I mean,
they're the three players.
Good for
we
you.
did a full analysis
Good for
and look
you.
at all the different terms that we might want to propose, including one that said if we got into another conference, for example, could we renegotiate the contribution that Nike would make to us, which is a provision we found in, I think, Boise State's contract. I mean, we really do look at all those kinds of details.
Good job, because that's the kind of thing that
Yep.
until it occurs, you don't
Yep.
realize.
You don't know what everybody's doing. That's why we look very carefully.
Good work. I don't have any more questions.
That's all for this item.
Okay.
Unless you have other questions.
Well, now I'll ask for a motion to approve item I as presented.
So move.
Thank you, Regent Wilson. Second. Regent Taft. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? This item is hereby approved by the committee. The last item listed on our agenda for the committee's consideration today is item J, permission to proceed to all digital and HD radio strategy for Classical University of Houston. Mr. McShann.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Lisa Shoemate to come forward to give you a brief presentation on where we're at in the classical music world and where we would like to go to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I brought props today, so I think I will just set these over here for just a second. And where we want to begin is to start talking about what listeners want in our new media landscape. This is the control right here. So what listeners want is they want control over when and how they experience media. They want to tune into their favorite stations from their home, their car, their mobile device, or home computer. They want a high-quality experience as it relates to sound and clarity, and this is especially true of music consumers. So how can Houston Public Media meet this need? HD radio technology has reached affordability in cars and home receivers, and that's exactly what I brought up here is an HD radio that you can get at Best Buy. You can also get them like this that you can plug in earphones if you want to run, or you can plug into your car and use the speaker system in your cars. So they're out there now, and they've really reached mainstream saturation now. every car produced has it either as a standard or factory option. And I'm not talking about high-priced cars. I'm talking about the lower-priced, more affordable, more widely purchased cars. News HD1 and classical HD2 over-the-air signals are already being transmitted right now. We're ready for the HD world. And all of this is done from our one strong 88.7 news transmitter and tower site down in Missouri City. Our news and classical formats are also offered at no charge through several digital streaming applications. So if your iPad, your iPhone, your computer, you can get our digital signal, and you can get that through an app or by going to houstonpublicmedia.org. So we're really ready on both fronts to meet the listeners' high-tech and low-tech needs as it relates to radio consumption and music consumption. So what does this mean? What this means is that we no longer need a designated frequency, tower, and transmitter for our classical service. We propose that 88.7 HD2 become the new home of Houston Public Media's classical service, offering better sound quality and reaching more people. And of course, the digital tune-in options continue of our classical apps. We're also available on iHeartRadio and TuneIn Radio, HoustonPublicMedia.org, and if you have over-the-air television, you know, we have 8.1, 8.2, 8.5, we stream our classical music station over the air on our television signal. So you see there's 5 ways you can get classical service without the 91.7 tower. The current expenditures on this separate frequency and transmission infrastructure, and of course the debt, could be redistributed to increase our multi-platform content. Our commitment would be that we would start immediately with your approval, showing and telling our audience using all of our platforms how to receive HD radio and other digital distribution offerings. Our commitment to the arts and culture community remains as strong as ever. And our employees will continue to produce classical content, stories, programs, podcasts, specials, weekly and daily programs that deliver on our mission. This move has no staffing impact. Communication about our HD and digital strategy, there's just many benefits. And one of them would be that this communication would produce a buyer for the 91.7 licensed spectrum, tower, and transmitter. With your approval of what would ultimately be a beneficial sale, we are financially strengthened by eliminating the separate infrastructure and debt associated with the additional frequency. The classical service via HD radio will reach more people because 88.7 has a stronger signal. And again, we're talking about free over-the-air service. And we believe now is the right time for HPM to have its classical service integrated on one tower and transmitter at 88.7, with its new home being 88.7.2. We feel this is the best use of donor investment and the best use of technology possible. So that's the overview that I'd like to share with you today. And as I mentioned, the radio is very, very simple to use. And the power is on. The volume up. And that's 88.7 right there. That's news. So it's all on 88.7, 2 clicks. It's right there. So, any questions?
I have one. So what's gonna happen to the 91.7?
Potentially, we could receive an offer to purchase that tower and transmitter.
You mean an offer for us to sell it?
Yes. Correct.
But we don't have that yet.
I'm sorry, sir?
Is it on the market now?
Well, that's why we're here. That's exactly what we would like to do.
So you want to put 91.7 on the market and then purchase 88.7?
We're already set on 88.7.
Okay.
We're already distributing in HD on 88.7.2 classical. It's already there. And it's been there since HD technology has come of age, which really, it began about 5 years ago, but is more and more saturated now with cars coming out with them and these devices getting, you know, very, very affordable. One of those was $30, the other was $50.
What sort of time frame do you think we're looking at here for a sale?
It's very hard to say. You know, I think it's all going to be dependent on when we would come to a beneficial negotiated price, and then we'd go through an FCC process.
And then I think it's my understanding that the acquirer has to be a nonprofit entity. Is that correct?
That's correct. Which, with all the Christian stations and everything, I don't think that would be an issue.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
What were the circumstances on how we acquired 91.7? And because I think it happened before some of us got on. And what do we pay and that kind of thing?
We paid around, you can answer that.
Sure. So if you go back to just prior to 2010, it was a best media practice for stations that had blended formats, which 88.7 did. It was part of the day classical, part of the day news. It was in the industry, they were going more and more to all news. And so the Board of Regents voted for us to do the same action. And at the time, acquired another transmitter and tower to move classical to.
And that was this 91.7?
Correct.
Okay. And so what do we pay for that? Is any...
$9.5 million.
Okay. And that is what we would be thinking we would get for
That
this?
would be
or-
our hope and expectation. We'll
Well,
try.
The way the pricing, I'm sorry?
Of that, what proportion is debt?
Well, all of it is debt. You know, it's 9.5 million in terms of us, we're making the debt service payments annually. And what I'm saying is the price is based on how many people are in the listening area. And that number is obtained through census data. So when the 2010 purchase occurred, that was based on 2000 census data, because the 2010 census hadn't been released. So just to give you an idea, if you compare 2000 census data of the coverage map, if you overlay, and that's how it's done, block by block data of the coverage area of 91.7 from the year 2000 to the year 2010, you went from about 3.6 million listeners to about 4.2 million listeners. I'm doing this off the top of my head, but it's grown, obviously. And since 2010, it's grown some more. And so based on that, I think the value of the station is certainly very strong for another type of mission.
Yeah, well, we would just be disposing of the tower and the transmitter.
And the frequency.
And the frequency, but our whole programming and all that will carry on uninterrupted.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Wilson. It's very important that we are very loud and clear that our commitment to full-time classical music continues. We're just making the best use of technology and our donor investment by merging it all onto one tower and transmitter, because technology is there not just for us to transmit, but more than ever for people to be able to receive it.
Can we claim to be #1 in classical music like we can our largest public art collection?
Yes, we're going to be #1. We are absolutely.
good to
Well,
be-
you know, the truth is, we're going to be reaching more people. Regent Fertitta, I'm glad you said that, because the 88.7. So if we use those same numbers again from 2010 census, if classical reaches about 4.2, our news reaches about 5.7 million people, our news footprint. And our television footprint's a little bit bigger than that. So it's more available to more people in higher quality sound, and we think it's a very good move and the right time
I
to
do
do
too.
so.
I'm very excited about it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Are there any additional questions?
Not for me.
Thank you. Lisa?
Is this the radio station that we bought from Rice?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yes, Regent Mendoza.
I just, on another note, I wanted to thank you. I reached out, the Dream League from First Colony. It's a group of awesome kids that are challenged with disabilities. They've been asked to come play at the Little League World Series in Williamsport before the Little League World Series actual game. And we reached out to them to try to get them to show it so the families that couldn't participate could watch on TV, and she made it happen, or helped make it happen. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for
Appreciate
telling
it.
us about that awesome story. And I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the radio today. You all have been working so hard, but we actually did a story on our news station today about, yay, the Sugarland Dream League is going to the World Series. So you'll see it on our website.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
We had it on the air.
Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Pleasure to be with you today. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
No.
All right, there being none, may I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Regent Wilson, second.
Second.
Regent Tabb. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved by the committee. This concludes the presentation today of our 8 remaining action items. May I have a motion to place these 8 action items presented to the committee on the board's consent docket agenda? Thank you, Regent Taft. Second. Second, Regent Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The following 8 items unanimously approved by the committee will be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the board meeting held later today, August 20th, 2015, as follows. 1, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of the new Health and Biomedical Sciences Building 2 at the University of Houston. Number 2, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction for the upgrade to the Cougar substation at the University of Houston. Number 3, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of a new science, technology, engineering, and mathematics building at the University of Houston Clear Lake. Number 4, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of residential housing at the University of Houston, Victoria. Number 5, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the sale or lease of land. Number 6, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the University of Houston system. Number 7, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods and services excluding construction contracts at the University of Houston. And 8, permission to proceed to all digital and HD radio strategy for Classical University of Houston. Please note that an executive session will not be held. Does anyone have any additional questions or further comments? If not, there being no further business to come before this committee, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's with great pleasure that I introduce and welcome our new student regent, Mr. Garrett H. Huey, who was appointed by Governor Greg Abbott effective July 2nd, 2015. Mr. Huey, will you please join me at the podium for a brief swearing-in ceremony? And I'd also like to ask Chancellor Couture to join me. I'd also like to welcome in the audience today Garrett's wife, Elena Huey, who graduated from the University of Houston in 2011 with a Bachelor of Arts in Economics, and in 2015 with her master's degree in hospitality. I'd also like to mention, too, that Ms. Huey was a student athlete who also played tennis for the University of Houston. Thank you for coming today and witnessing the swearing-in of Garrett, which you're being a good wife. I would expect you to be here. We are or a good husband if we were swearing in you. We're excited to have you here today. Mr. Huey is a North Texas native who hails from Argyle, Texas. In 2008, he was recruited by U of H track and field coach Leroy Burrell, where he was a member of the Cougar track team and competed on the 400 relay team. In 2012 and 2013, Huey was named to Conference USA's Commissioner's Honor Roll. He earned NCAA All-American honors in 2013, So you're a fast son of a gun. And graduated magna cum laude from the University of Houston with a Bachelor of Arts degree in history. He is currently pursuing his doctorate of jurisprudence at the U of H Law Center and plans to graduate in May of 16. Mr. Huey has served as a tutor for student athletes and as articles editor for the Houston Law Review. His law school accolades include membership in the Order of Barons, a judicial internship at the Honorable Gray Miller in the Southern District of Texas, and working as a summer associate for two Houston law firms, Norton Rose Fulbright and Andrews and Kurth. Garrett, if I will now administer the oath of office to Mr. Huey. Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, Garrett Huey, do solemnly swear.
I, Garrett Huey, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute the duties of the Office of Regents.
That I will faithfully execute the duties of the Office of Regents.
University of Houston System of the State of Texas.
University of Houston System of the State of Texas.
And I will, to the best of my ability.
And I will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
And laws of the United States and this state.
And the laws of the United States and this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Regent. If you will, Chancellor, put this on him. And your pen. If we can put that on you. One day I'm going to wear my pen. You don't have to wear it either. I never wore mine. Thank you very much and congratulations. We're glad to have you. You're very accomplished. I'm very impressed. So. Good afternoon, and welcome everyone to the meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. I would now like to call this meeting to order. Our first item on the agenda today is item B, open forum. An open forum will not be held today as no one has signed up to speak to our meeting today. The first action item on the board's agenda today is the approval of the board minutes from the Board of Regents meeting held on May 21st, 2015, listed on page 1 of your agenda. Are there any corrections to these minutes? May I have a motion to approve these minutes as distributed? So moved, Chairman. Second? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries and the minutes are hereby approved. I would now like to move to Section 2 on your agenda, our committee reports, which list the board's consent docket agenda items considered and unanimously approved at each of our board committee meetings held earlier today. Pursuant to Board Bylaws 6.9, any regent may request an individual item be removed from the board's consent docket agenda and addressed by the full board. I would now like to ask the chair of each of these committees to present their respective reports. Our first committee report will be addressed by Regent Jarvis Hollingsworth, Chair of the Endowment Management Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Endowment Management Committee met earlier today, August 20, 2015, and unanimously approved the following action item for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval today as follows. Approval is requested to liquidate an endowment from the University of Houston System Endowment Fund, UH System. I'd also like to report that the committee heard a report from Cambridge Associates and approved the following recommendations which required committee approval only. A $7.5 million commitment to SV Life Sciences Fund 6 LP as a private investment manager for the UH System Endowment, and a request to make a full redemption of York International Partners effective December 31st, 2015. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my final committee report.
Well, good. Thank you, Regent Hollingsworth, for that last committee report. Our next committee report will be heard from Regent Roger Welder, who is chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee. Regent Welder, may we hear your committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit and Compliance Committee met earlier today, August 20, 2015, and approved the following 3 items. Number 1, report on a long-range internal audit plan for fiscal years 2016 through 2018, UH system. Number 2, report on Board of Regents policies 41.01, internal auditing, 53.04, approval of contract construction projects, 55.01, contracts, 57.01, code of ethics, 57.02, consulting and paid professional services, 57.04, dual office holdings, 57.05, outside employee or appointments of executive officers, and 57.08, conflicts of interest, UH system. And number 3, report on Audit and Compliance Committee charter and checklist, UH system. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you, Regent Welder. The next committee report will be addressed by Regent Paula Mendoza, chair of the Academic and Student Success Committee. Regent Mendoza, will you please give us your committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic and Student Success Committee met earlier today, August 20th, 2015, and approved the following 5 action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval today as follows. 1, approval of a Master of Education in Educational Technology at the University of Houston, Victoria. 2, approval of a Bachelor of Science in Liberal Studies at the University of Houston. 3, approval of a Master of Science in Pharmacy Leadership and Administration at the University of Houston. 4, approval of Professor Emeritus appointment, University of Houston. And 5, report on University of Houston System Administrative Memorandum 01.D.08, Sexual Misconduct Policy, Interim 2, UH System. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you, Regent Mendoza. Our next committee report will be given by Regent Welcome Wilson, who is chair of the Facilities, Construction, and Master Planning Committee. Regent Wilson, may we hear your committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities, Construction, and Master Planning Committee meeting was held earlier today, August 20th, 2015, and approved the following action items for submission to the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval today as follows. Approval is requested to increase the program for the new Health and Biomedical Sciences Building 2 at the University of Houston, University of Houston. Approval is requested for the site and program for a new Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics building at the University of Houston Clear Lake, UH Clear Lake. Approval is requested for the site and program for a new sophomore housing building at the University of Houston Victoria, UH Victoria. Approval is requested for the University of Houston Clear Lake, the University of Houston Downtown, and the University of Houston Victoria Capital Improvement Plans, UH System. Approval is requested for the appointment of committee members and appointment of terms for the System-Wide Art Acquisition Committee, SWAC, UH System. And finally, approval is amended System-Wide Art Acquisition Committee, SWAC Procedures Manual, UH System. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Our last committee report today will be given by Regent Spencer Armour, who is the chair of the Finance and Administration Committee. Regent Armour, would you give us your committee report, please, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Administration Committee meeting was held earlier today, August 20th, 2015, and approved the following action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval today as follows. Number 1, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of the new Health and Biomedical Sciences Building 2 at the University of Houston. Number 2, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction for the upgrade to the Cougar substation at the University of Houston. Number 3, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and construction of a new Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics building at the University of Houston Clear Lake. Number 4, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the design and consideration of residential housing at the University of Houston, Victoria. Number 5, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the sale or lease of land, UH System. Number 6, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the University of Houston system. Number 7, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods and services, excluding construction contracts at the University of Houston. Number 8, permission to proceed to all digital and HD radio strategy for classical University of Houston. I'd also like to mention that the committee considered U of H system fiscal year 2016 financial plan and budget, but this item will be addressed by the full board at the meeting held later today. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you, Regent Armour. Pursuant to Board Bylaws 6.9, does any regent request that an individual item be removed from the board's consent docket agenda and addressed by the full board for further discussion today? If not, may I have a motion to approve these items as presented? Thank you. Second? Okay. Is all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All items listed under the various committee reports consent docket agendas have been approved by the full board. We will now move to Section 3 on your agenda, the committee report items not addressed in the consent docket but requiring final approval today. As mentioned by Regent Armour, the UH System full year 2016 financial plan and budget. UH System will be considered by the full board. Mr. McShann, will you please present this item, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Requesting approval for a total budget system-wide of $1.523 billion. That is made up of $1.123 billion for the University of Houston, $131 million for the Clear Lake campus, $173 million for the downtown campus, $61 million for the Victoria campus, and $34.6 for system administration. Once again, that's $1.523 billion operating budgets for system, total, all system campuses and the system administration for fiscal year 2016. Can I answer any questions?
No further questions. May I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second one. All in favor? Aye. This item, all opposed? This item is hereby approved by the full board. We will now move to the remaining board items listed on your agenda. Our next board item is for information only, a presentation of Regents Academic Excellence Award, University of Houston Clear Lake Center for Autism and Development Disabilities, U of H System. Dr. Short, Senior Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and Provost, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Chair Fatita. As you recall, you established the Regents Academic Excellence Award to recognize University of Houston system institutions, programs, and initiatives that exemplify excellence in teaching, research, and service. And I'm very pleased to bring before you today the very first recipient of the Regents Academic Excellence Award, the University of Houston Clear Lake Center for Autism and Developmental Disabilities. This center was selected because of their quality research and its impact on autism and developmental disabilities, the cutting-edge training of current and future professionals in this area, and the critical and cutting-edge services that they provide to children and adults and their families, forever changing lives and providing opportunities for those impacted by autism. The CAD program is recognized as a leader in autism. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Dorothea Lerman, Director of the UHCL Center for Autism and Developmental Disabilities, who will invite you to see directly the impact of CAD. Dr. Lerman.
Thank you very much. With all of the exceptional and very well-respected programs in the UH system, we are truly honored to be the first to be recognized by this award. And we have prepared a short video for you today to just give you an idea of some of our activities. And you should also have a brochure that describes all of our activities as well. And then, of course, I'd be very happy to answer any questions that you have. Individuals with autism spectrum disorder face a number of social and behavioral challenges throughout their lives. Due to the increasing awareness and high prevalence of this disorder, it's now recognized as the #1 health issue of children. 1 in every 68 children is diagnosed with autism. In Texas alone, it's estimated that more than 89,000 children and more than individuals with autism spectrum disorder face a number of social and behavioral challenges throughout their lives. Due to the increasing awareness and high prevalence of this disorder, it's now recognized as the #1 health issue of children. 1 in every 68 children is diagnosed with autism. In Texas alone, it's estimated that more than 89,000 children and more than 200,000 adults, along with their families, are impacted by this disorder. At the University of Houston Clear Lake Center for Autism and Developmental Disabilities, we're hoping to make a huge difference in the lives of these families by conducting research to continuously improve behavioral treatments, by training current and future professionals, and providing services to help families in our community.
I currently own a clinic for children with autism and other developmental delays, and I've worked in ABA, Applied Behavior Analysis, for about 11 years. This program helped me immensely. It really turned me into the practitioner that I am today. Part of the practicum is also conducting your own research, and I got to do that with Dr. Fritz. And our research was actually extended by students that came along after me. And it was presented at one of the international conferences in Denver. So that was very exciting to be a part of, very proud moment.
Recruiting outstanding students on a national level is critical to our success. Through these talented therapists in training, we are able to provide affordable yet intensive treatment services and free training to parents, caregivers, and teachers throughout the year. At the same time, our faculty can observe them in action to test and improve our treatment methods.
Hi, my name is Lydia Serrano, and this is Israel, and this is Emmanuel. Well, it totally changed our lives. My kids are 2 different kids since they started the program. They understand so much, they have learned a lot, and they just started changing and mastering so many goals, so it's amazing. I love that they believe in them.
We are conducting research on innovative ways to assess and treat behavior disorders in children, to train parents and other caregivers, and to improve the vocational skills of adults with autism. To broaden our reach to underserved and distant areas, we're rolling out a telehealth project to conduct research and provide services through the internet.
I am currently working in our vocational clinic here at CAD, and we conduct vocational assessments for adults with developmental disabilities. There is a huge focus on children with autism right now, which is wonderful and also extremely important. However, there isn't always the best transition services for when those children grow up and need to become a part of the community and need to become more independent and self-sufficient. To see adults with developmental disabilities when they get excited because they have a job interview or because they got the job and they're becoming more independent and they get their first paycheck, there's really nothing else like it.
Since the inception of our center, we have served more than 700 families, trained more than 300 current and future professionals, and initiated more than 60 research projects. Through our research, training, and service, we are striving to make a difference in the lives of those impacted by this disorder and those who care about them. And finally, we're really pleased with the support that we get from our community. For example, last month, a major restaurant group was opening a franchise, and they decided to select CAD to sponsor for their fundraising activities. And they were opening up a store last month, and they donated all of their proceeds for their entire first week of opening to our center. So we were really pleased with that.
So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions? This board always has questions. No questions? Well, thank you both for your presentation, and congratulations to UH Clear Lake Center for Autism and Development Disabilities for being the first recipient of this very prestigious award.
Thank you.
You should go up there and do it. No, I don't.
You want to get your picture there? I'd like to ask President Staples to come forward.
Congratulations again to y'all. That's very prestigious. The next item is also for information only. An update on faculty activities, University of Houston. Dr. Jonathan Snow, President-elect of the Faculty Senate, will give the update. Dr. Snow, will you please give us your board report?
Thank you, Chairman Fertitta. Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Regents, Dr. Couture, my name is Jonathan Snow, and as President-elect of the Faculty Senate and incoming chair of the System-Wide Faculty Executive Council, or UFEC, I'm speaking today for the faculty in place of Win Chin, who is traveling. I'd like to take a moment to greet my fellow President-elect from University of Houston Clear Lake, Lisa Gossett, who's in the audience today. I'm a professor in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences in the College of Natural Sciences and Mathematics. If you want an earful of science, then ask me about why we have platinum on the Earth or why there are volcanoes underneath the North Pole. The faculty occupies rather an odd place in higher education, which is an odd sort of business anyway, if you think about it. What, are we labor? Are we management? Are we both? I argued about this endlessly when I was a new senator, and I came finally to the conclusion that in any sort of classical business theory sense, we're neither management nor labor, but a factor of production, like land or some very expensive machinery, machinery that can talk back to you, with some knowledge about how better to advance the goals of this enterprise and maximize its output, however you want to measure it. And we're professors, we like to talk. Since Dr. Chin last addressed you in March, we've had a pretty exciting run of it. I don't need to recite it all, but I do want to highlight three things that the faculty have been strongly involved with since then. First of these is the college budgeting process. Despite the pressures of a legislative year, our provost, Dr. Paula Myrick-Short, has invited unprecedented access for faculty, including not only a representative of the Senate Budget and Facilities Committee in the budget hearings, but also the Senate senior leadership. This has allowed us deep insight into the goals, performance, and constraints of the colleges, and this helps us as faculty to do the academic work of the university. My second point is the planning for a medical school. Dr. Couture has pushed this idea as part of her health agenda and has brought it to us as a faculty in a variety of ways. I can assure you that this idea has deep resonance in the faculty, albeit with some trepidation about the strains of the financial outlay involved. Another topic before us currently is the status of non-tenure track faculty, mostly instructional and clinical. While research, innovation, and scholarship are largely the domain of the tenure faculty, and all faculty teach, most non-tenure track faculty are primarily instructional, even at Research One universities. We've moved with the administration to regularize, professionalize, and provide a career pathway for instructional and clinical faculty that, in my opinion, will become a national model. It's currently a very wide topic of discussion nationally in places such as the Chronicle of Higher Ed, Inside Higher Ed, and so forth. Our next task is to do the same for adjunct and part-time faculty. This question was raised earlier in the committee meeting, who largely invisibly do a substantial portion of our teaching in some departments at a fraction of full-time pay. This is a model of education that we need to steer very carefully around as a Tier 1 institution. We as a faculty see a deep study of part-time academic employment as the next step, an area for careful, measured, and intentional improvement in our model for the delivery of academic excellence. So in closing, I'd like to say we feel strongly that the state of shared governance at the University of Houston is good and contributing to the overall success of the university, and we hope you'll agree. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now or any time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Snow, for your presentation. Any questions? This item was presented as information only and requires no board action. Thank you, sir. Our next item is for the board's consideration, approval of the current Board of Regents planner full year 2016 U of H system. The board planner sets forth items that require action by the board or reports for management to address the provisions of the statutes, board bylaws, and policies or other requests to the board, and is presented each August for board approval. The board office is responsible for assuring these items listed in the planner and are presented to the board at the appropriate meetings. Are there any additional questions? Who's presenting that?
Calendar?
Just a calendar?
Yeah, it's nobody presenting.
Okay. Are there any additional questions? May I have a motion to approve the item as presented? Second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The Board of Regents planner for 2016 is hereby approved. The next item for the board's consideration is approval of the proposed calendar of dates, full year 2015-16 U8 System Board of Regents Committee Board Meetings, U8 System. Our quarterly Board of Regents meetings will be held during the months of November, February, May, and August. Special called board meetings will be scheduled as needed. Are there any additional questions? We'll give you final dates at a later date, but those are the months.
No, the dates are here on the page 511 of the board packet.
Usually the incoming chairman usually picks the dates, so why don't we leave those kind of open? Or do we,
Fine.
can we do that?
That's proposed dates.
Okay, proposed dates. Okay? I want to make sure that everybody can be here for all these meetings. Are there any questions? May I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Do I have hear a second? Jarvis? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The proposed calendar of dates for the full year 2015-16 U8 System Board of Regents Committee Board Meetings, U8 System, has been approved by the board. Our next board item is legislative update from the 84th Legislative Session, U8 System. Mr. Jason Smith, Vice Chancellor for Governmental and Community Relations, will you please present your report?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good to be here with you. Just wanted to give you a quick rundown, go through a couple of items and touch on them, and I can ask any question or answer any questions if you have them. Looking back as we started the legislative session, I would say that we had a very aggressive agenda, and that was in line with the other 6 university systems. Of the 5 system-wide priorities that we listed on our agenda, 4 of those were actually approved. We got something done. So I think that just looking at that is a significant accomplishment for the session. Result of the legislative session was a significant investment in higher education statewide and then for the University of Houston system as a whole too. Overall, I put together a little back of the napkins approximation, and I think it's more than $1 billion of new money in higher education statewide. Just a couple of things. As far as the budget went, formula funding, that was probably our number one ask. We did get an increase in formula funding. It went from $54.86 to $55.39. That means it's about a $281 million increase for the University of Houston system statewide. HEAF funding, we got an increase in HEAF funding, 50% increase that will go into effect next fiscal year, and that's about a $26 million increase. And then in special items, our number one special item request was the Hobby School of Public Affairs. We were granted a $4 million investment by the state. That was a great effort by State Representative Garnet Coleman and Senator Rodney Ellis. Downward expansion for the University of Houston Clear Lake, very important as that campus expands. We're able to get a $6.5 million investment, and that was an effort by Senator Larry Taylor, State Representative Dennis Paul, Greg Bonin, and Ed Thompson. Great team working for us on U of H Clear Lake issues. And then, as you saw earlier, our Center for Autism and Developmental Disabilities, we got a $400,000 line item for that. Legislation, I think on the front of my mind right now, as far as what is passed, the Governor's University Research Initiative, that was a effort on the governor's part to find money to recruit star faculty from around the country to come to Texas. That was passed in several different bills, but that will allow us to compete for a $40 million to reimburse us for recruiting national faculty, National Academy members, and we're very excited about that. We've been working on that already, and I think that we'll have some applications for those in on September 1st when that opens up. Capital construction, that's a big deal. You know, I think that's going to be transforming for our system. Able to pass the what was known as the TRB bill in the past, and that was $362 million worth of buildings that we'll be able to construct across the system. Campus sexual assault, there was some new policies on that. Don is going to talk about that in a minute, as well as campus carry. There'll be an item on that in a minute as well. I believe that there was a discussion on SB 20 on new laws governing state contracting already discussed. We had a repeal of the Texas Beyond Time program. That was a 5% set aside for students that went financial aid. That will be phased out over the next 4 or 5 years. Mental health and suicide prevention services, there was a law passed that would require us to provide information about mental health and suicide prevention services to all full-time students. That will go into effect next school year, and there's an effort among the universities across the state to have a one video or a program that everybody can access. And then finally, there is a law that was passed that requires at least 20% of state work study funds to go towards jobs that are off campus. And then just touching on a couple of things that were U of H system, particularly the transfer of land, TxDOT land at University of Houston Sugar Land. That was a small part in the big realm of the session, but I think it means a lot for the future of Sugar Land. That was a piece of land that's valued at $5 to $10 million that we were able to grab from them. So, and then finally, we were able to pass a couple of authorizations for University of Houston Clear Lake and Victoria to build some new buildings with the availability of student fees with a board's approval. Two things that we didn't we weren't able to get done. And number one concerning is any changes to Hazelwood. Hazelwood is a cost of about $20 million to the system every year. There was a Herculean effort by State Representative John Zerwas and Senator Brian Birdwell to change some of the rules for eligibility. I think all we were asking for is for the state to cover those costs. But I know that will be a discussion during the interim and going into next session because it is such a significant cost to us and for all other systems. And then finally, we were asking for a $9 million item request for the equalization for the University of Houston School of Pharmacy. That was not approved, and we're already talking to legislators about how we can fix that going into next session. So, like I said, if anybody has any questions or any other items that I didn't mention, glad to answer any questions.
I would just like to add that Jason joined our university and our team just 2 months 2 months remaining in the beginning of the legislative session. And throughout the session, I worked very, very closely with him, and I just want to compliment Jason, and I want to say that with incredible professionalism, analytical abilities, and just a real dedication and love for the system, Jason has performed very well for us. So I just wanted to thank Jason and acknowledge his work.
Thank you.
And I want to second that. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Excellent job.
Appreciate it.
So thank you for that presentation. Are you going to finish it up?
That's all. They're separate items on
Okay.
the other two.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. This item was presented as information only and requires no board action. Our next two board items will be presented by Ms. Donna Cornell, Vice Chancellor of Legal Affairs and General Counsel, the adoption of the University of Houston System Sexual Misconduct Policy and U of H system. Go ahead.
This came to the Academic and Student Success Committee. It is such an important issue. I wanted to make sure the full board had an opportunity to understand and appreciate the importance of sexual misconduct on campuses, not just here, but across the country, has certainly been an issue of heightened scrutiny by up to including the president. There's lots of reviews going on across the country by the Department of Education, and it's something we take very seriously. We have a culture on this campus of no tolerance for sexual misconduct. We have a culture of reporting. Those two things are things that I think are encompassed in this proposed policy. It is based on an investigator-led model, which professionalizes the process. I think some of the mistakes you'll see across the country is people who are not very sophisticated in doing the types of investigations, and I think we've increased that. Another really key issue for full implementation of Title IX is the working together of student affairs, the police department, and the folks that are doing the investigation. I think the reason we ended up in some ways where we are as a country is a failure of those three groups to work together, and that's really what started it. And this policy and these processes make sure that is seamless. And I think the chief will echo that, and Dr. Walker will echo that that is a process that really has fundamentally changed and is embedded in this policy and something you should be proud of and support. I can answer any other questions you might have.
Any questions? If not, may I have a motion to approve this item as presented? All in favor? Opposed? None? The adoption of UH system sexual misconduct policy, UH system has been approved. Ms. Cornell, please proceed with your presentation.
Another piece of legislation from this legislature was the campus carry legislation. And I think we've got a couple of slides on this. They're on your iPad at pages 596 and 597. The The policy will go into effect in, or the law will go into effect in end of August of 2016, and there is a full process that we must go through on each campus prior to that time. These policies will be developed through a cross-disciplinary method, with a cross-disciplinary methodology, with input from faculty, students, staff, others, the police department, lawyers, human resources, academic affairs, student affairs, residential life and housing, research, administration and finance. This will not be a small process. It's one that will be working simultaneously on each campus. Each of the presidents has confirmed their charge to move forward with a process that includes a very broad range of input. That input will then be brought back in the form of a draft policy, which will then be presented for, the input from across each of the campuses, so there will even be another opportunity. Then it comes back to the chancellor, president on each campus, and final drafts will be presented to the Board of Regents next May. It's important to understand, I think, that the legislation only allows those who are concealed handgun license holders to have guns on campus, and we will be able to exclude certain areas, and there's very prescriptive requirements for when we exclude those, but it's not just anybody can come on campus with a gun. It is concealed handgun license holders, and so there's some restrictions just by that definition to begin with, and we will look very carefully at the different risks that exist across campus where you absolutely wouldn't want to have a gun. That will differ from campus to campus, and we'll bring those recommendations back to you as appropriate. Chief, did you want to add anything else? Chief Moore? Okay. That's
all right.
What we have for you. That's just for information. That's not for approval at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Cornell, for your presentations. This item was presented as information only, as she said, and requires no board action. Our last agenda item today is the election of 2015-2016 officers for the U of H System Board of Regents. As we know, the governor has not yet made appointments. I'd like to suggest to the board that since there will be a transition when the governor acts, my recommendation is to suspend board bylaws 4.1 and 4.2 and defer the election of officers until such the time the governor makes new appointments. May I have a motion to approve this recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Is there all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This recommendation is hereby approved as presented. We will now move to Section 5 on your agenda, the Chancellor's Report. Dr. Couture, would you please give us your report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a report here that is being handed out to you. And like at every meeting, I take great pride in all the great work that's going on around our universities by faculty and staff. I will point out a few things, and then I have two special presentations to make. So first of all, I said before, the enrollment is up on our campuses, 2.1%. It is greatly higher at the University of Houston right now, and I believe at UH Clear Lake. Nursing program on our Sugar Land campus will be completed. Its transition will be completed by the beginning of fall 2015 semester, and this will be a critical step in the process of the planned transition of the Sugar Land Teaching Center to a campus of UH as a sole provider. And we have also, now we are equipped to expand our presence in Katy area. This year, the legislature has included $46.8 million for land and construction of an academic facility in the Katy area. We are looking for a land right now, and very shortly we'll begin our activity there. Dean Joseph Tedesco from College of Engineering has retained a firm to determine which engineering programs are needed in the region. so that we can begin to offer those programs as needed by the community. For the University of Houston, there have been many, many great global recognitions for our students, but I particularly would like to point out the spectacular performance by the Morse School of Music Concert Chorale. As you recall, they have been doing international competitions. They have done it in France and Germany. And this time, they went to Germany under the direction of Betsy Cook-Weber, who is also the director at Houston Symphony. And she has absolutely just taken this entire program to a next level. Our concert chorale won several prizes, including the very top championship in the youth choir category. The basketball team has been in China. I just got a message that they have landed safely here. And they were playing there with the Chinese team. They did well, but they also earned 3 credit hours of social science credit because the academic program and academic learning component went with them. And we have several graduates in China, particularly in petroleum engineering. This way we were able to include and invite them to experience their own team and cheer for Cougars on their own land. We also wanted to bring to your attention a program called UHN4. If you recall, we started the program last year, and that was to give incentives to students to graduate in 4 years with giving them a tuition plan that was set for 4 years, a fixed tuition plan. This, as of right now, and we are not done yet, there are 2,600 incoming students who have opted for this program, UHN4 and fixed tuition, which is 800 students higher than last year, this time. I just wanted you to know how dedicated our provost deans, the faculty and the staff are. The GPA, average GPA, and the number of courses or credits attempted by these students both are higher than for those who are not in UHN4 program. So it's a really great program that keeps the students on track. There have been many, many global and national recognition for our faculty because, as we know, if you do not have talented faculty, you cannot have a great university. Several of these names you may know here as Dr. Earl Smith. He received a very prestigious award from National Optometry. He got into the Hall of Fame. Dean of Education, Robert McPherson, he was ranked as one of the 30 most influential deans of education in the nation, and that's the kind of things we want to see. Dr. Herbert Freyhart, he is a research professor in the Texas Center for Superconductivity. He has received a Lifetime Achievement Award, which is very, very difficult to get, and this is from his own colleagues at the conference. And then there are a couple of more here that are listed. I'll skip those. In terms of research, I wanted to bring to your attention that we have just hired, just recruited, Frank McKeon. He is an outstanding cancer specialist from the Genome Institute of Singapore. He's a former Harvard faculty member, and thanks to the help from the state, from CPRIT, we were able to get him to come to the University of Houston. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has also awarded University of Houston with a Center of Excellence for Borders, Trade, and Immigration. And this will be funded with an initial amount of $3.4 million for the first year, with a 5-year total anticipated amount and funding in excess of $17 million. And I know we have been approached by Houston Port Authority because they very much want to work with us as they expect greater traffic in ports and as well as at airport. And I'd like also to bring to your attention a very exciting research. This is by Dr. Wei Shan. He's assistant professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. And his team of students have developed an inexpensive lens. It's called Penny Lens, dot lens. You have just now received this lens. Here's a sheet that tells you what it is. The lens is here. And I can show you the demonstration here because I use it, and it's particularly helpful when you're looking at menu in restaurants and you're looking for your glasses. You don't need it because right here is, I just keep it stuck right here, a very little, tiny little thing here, just like a drop of water. You take it out and you just put it on top of your camera, and then you take it out, it keeps staying, it doesn't fall anywhere. And now if you see anything through the lens, it has the capacity from anywhere from 5 to 100 times magnifying. And believe it or not, this lens, without the packaging, this lens, the cost of this lens is 3 cents. So this is the product of research that is in everybody's hands, and I just wanted you to see what people are doing here on your campus.
What do you put it on?
You put it on the camera lens, the little thing. Yes. I wanted to now bring to your attention the achievements at UH Clear Lake. Approximately 80 school children visited UH Clear Lake in July when communities in the schools of Brazoria County and Southeast Harris County took part in building patriotism, Let Freedom Ring, a special summer presentation. The children captured a glimpse of history while visiting UH Clear Lake's replica Liberty Bell and participated in a mock trial. Water Research Award at UH Clear Lake is $85,000 from BioWest Texas Water Development Board, is creating some exciting opportunities for faculty to study aquifer research. And this is one of those areas where UH Clear Lake is breaking new grounds. UH Clear Lake's School of Education celebrated members of the first graduating cohort funded by the U.S. Department of Education grant collaborating in the Academic Success for All at a reception. 15 teachers from 5 area independent school districts received full scholarships and graduated with a Master of Science in Multicultural Studies degrees with certification in either bilingual education or English as a second language. For UH Downtown, $950,000 in grants, and this is over the past 2 months alone to support a student's success. We believe it, and people outside believe it, that there's something special is going on at UH Downtown in terms of providing opportunities, and their initiatives that are listed here will really make a difference in their retention graduation rate, and we're very excited about it. UH Downtown was honored in June to host Francois, I don't know how to say it, but deputy head of the European Union delegation to the United States in partnership with the Consul General of France in Houston. His speaking engagement was the first in the UH Downtown President's Ambassador Lecture Series designed to align institutional priorities with diversity and global learning. The Hawk Foundation for Mental Health awarded Katrina Rufino, PhD, Assistant Professor of Psychology, a grant to conduct mental health research. UH Victoria, many great things are happening. First of all, the new Academic and Economic Development Building opens 63,000 square feet with $12.7 million, and this is going to house the School of Business Administration. Department of Education has been awarded $1.1 million for a research project, and this has an emphasis on autism, so you can see that our UH system is really taking autism to a different level. UHV is expanding its offering of health-related degrees with a new Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology to start this fall, in addition to the existing Bachelor of Science in Health Studies. A Bachelor of Science in Nursing will be offered beginning in fall of 2016 or hopefully earlier. All health-related degrees are housed in the newly renamed School of Education, Health Professions, and Human Development. A lot of great work is going on. And at this point in time, I would like to request Regent Peter Taft to make a very special presentation. Where's the certificate? This is an award. It's called Most Valuable Regent Award, and I'm going to ask Regent Taft to explain what that award is.
Everyone's looking at me here. Well, this says two things about our chancellor, because you make a comment and she takes it and runs, which we all know very well. But at the football dinner, which I think Jarvis was there, excellent football dinner, by the way. Coach Herman and the staff. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Okay, that's what I'm getting to that point. But Coach Herman and his staff pumped everyone up, and I think everyone's real excited about what's going to happen starting September 5th. But when that is over, if anyone has been over the athletic center, they know the parking has changed, and there's not a guard attendant there anymore. There's now an automated system, which is fine if probably there's about, in and out, but in a group setting, maybe it can be looked at, but in a group setting like that, it can get a little jammed up, especially at night. Anyhow, so there was a huge backlog there, like nothing's moving. Parking lot's jammed. These are all our donors. These are Cougar Pride members, our best fans. So we're waiting there in the line, and I'm at the back because I'd visited. And I'm at the back not moving. And all of a sudden, like magic, the thing starts moving. So okay, great. I get to the front, and there is Paula and her husband, Bob. She got the magical card that we all get, once we get taken down and indoctrinated. We get that magical parking card. And she's got that card, and she letting everyone out, and stood out there for as long as it took to get everyone out. So anyhow, I texted the chancellor right after that and nominated Regent Mendoza for a Most Valuable Region Award, which that's a small story, but it is very reflective of the efforts that Paula goes to for the system, well above and beyond the call of duty.
So this is the Most Valuable Region Award. My report, Mr. Chairman.
Speak. Bob we need to recognize Bob at the next one. But I couldn't nominate him for Most Valuable Regent Spouse, or else I'd be
Well, I
in a
tell
little
you,
trouble.
one of our, I'm not even going to mention names, but one of our famous coaches got out before we did and tried to figure it out to get the people out. And Bobby says, I can't believe he's out there. You need to do something about this. Call somebody. Who am I going to call? So anyway, that's what we did. Thank you very much. Silliness.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chancellor, for that report. I would now like to move to executive session. The Regents will now go into executive session pursuant to the sections of the Texas Government Code listed on page 6 of your agenda. Only those invited will remain in the room with the Regents. And who is that going to be, Donna? Just yourself? Okay. Y'all get comfortable out there. It's going to be a while. Thank you. All right. I would like to reconvene the Board of Regents meeting. The Regents met in executive session and heard a litigation status report and other legal matters, discussed personal matters, discussing a naming gift for the baseball stadium, the leasing of the property, and the approval of settlement with Metro. Following the presentation of the naming gift for the baseball stadium, the board would like to recommend that the baseball stadium be named for Daryl and Lori Schroeder. May I have a motion to approve this item as presented? Armour? Second. No, you make the motion, since you're kind of our athletic expertise. So I can blame it on you, and you second it. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The name of the baseball stadium for Daryl and Lori Schroeder is hereby approved. The board would like to recommend the ground lease of property from Athletics to a private individual of undeveloped land off of Holman. May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented? Chairman of the Facilities and
So
Real Estate.
moved.
All right. Second by Roger. Opposed? This item is hereby approved as presented. Okay. All right. A presentation on a proposed settlement with Metro was also given in executive session. The board would like to recommend and approve the settlement with Metro, which includes the sale of the land referenced in the settlement. The total settlement value is approximately $7.1 million. May I hear a motion to approve the settlement with Metro?
So moved.
Peter?
So moved. Oh, yeah.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The item is hereby approved as presented. I'd Lastly, the board considered the contract and performance of Chancellor Renu Couture and found her performance to be outstanding. Annual retention bonus in consideration of Dr. Couture's commitment and service described in the agreement. The system agrees to pay Dr. Couture her annual retention bonus, contingent performance review bonus, subject to Dr. Couture's extraordinary performance review results and annual achievement efforts as determined by the board system. May pay Dr. Couture and the board sole and absolute discretion, and annual performance bonus is provided in her contract. May I have a motion to approve the annual retention bonus and contingent performance bonus actions as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
The annual retention bonus and the contingent performance bonus actions for Chancellor Couture has been approved as presented. The Chancellor's current contract goes through August of 2017. I thought it went through 16.
It goes through 17.
Okay, all right. Based on her performance, the board would like to renew her contract for the full term allowed by state law, which is 3 years. This will extend her contract through August of 18. In terms of base compensation, it will remain the same, subject to a CPI escalation clause. Please understand that this is the 3rd year the Chancellor has requested that we will not consider an increase in her compensation, which is the board has agreed to do. May I have a motion to approve? No, let me just say this. But we will increase the contingent performance bonus from $50,000 to $100,000. May I have a motion to approve the renewal of the Chancellor's contract for the full term allowed by state law, which will extend her contract through 2018 with the increased contingent performance bonus?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? This item is approved by the board as presented. May I have a motion to request the General Counsel to draft the CPI clause in the Chancellor's contract? Is there a second? And the contingent performance.
So moved.
Second. Welcome. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? This item is hereby approved as presented. Dr. Couture, do you have any further comments?
I just want to thank the board. I really did not ask for any. I don't think I need any extra bonus or anything because you already compensate me very well. When you set my contract in 2012, I thought it was a very well compensated contract. I feel very valued. I feel very appreciated. And I just want, I appreciate and I just want to be able to have the tools and your support for the next phase of development for the University of Houston. We have some bold visions out there, and we have some bold initiatives for the University of Houston system institutions. And my pleasure is when we get something done. So I am so grateful to you for all your support, and each one of you individually, I like to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
I will say in the 6 years that I have been on the board, this is by far the best board that has ever been put together. So I congratulate all of you. If there's no further business to come before the board, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much.